meeting. Okay, I'm not sure why that's being said.
Recording stopped.
Okay. Let's try it again and see whether or not the city clerk is on. She is on.
Madam Mayor, yes, I am.
Recording in progress.
Thank you. Can we do the roll call, please?
Yes. Mayor Barrett,
Present.
Barnacle,
Present.
Fisher,
Here.
Healy,
Here.
King,
Here.
McDonald, Kosake.
Here.
Councilmember McDonald is absent. All other members are present.
Thank you very much. And with that, I would just like to start the Pledge of Allegiance. So. Now we'll have a moment of silence. Thank you. And we are, again, this is our second in public and in-person meeting. And I would just like to tell the people who are in attendance to please submit a speaker card in the drop box if they wish to speak on an item today. And those wishing to speak, and if you can indicate what part of the agenda you wanted to speak in, that would be helpful. And also that if you want to speak in general public comment, you need to submit your speaker card in the box prior to the start of general public comment. And those attending virtually can raise their hand in Zoom when instructed to by the moderator. So now we're going to start the workshop, which is the review of the proposed fiscal year 22-23 operating and capital budgets and the revised long-term general fund operating forecast. And I will turn it over to our city manager.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, community, city council, and staff. Tonight, we are pleased to present to you the proposed budget for the city of Petaluma for fiscal year 22-23. As you will see throughout this presentation, this budget reflects unprecedented and historic investment in our community that will benefit Petalumans for generations to come. Just over a year ago, we were focused on two major issues: navigating the COVID-19 pandemic and implementation of the recently adopted Measure U sales tax. We didn't know how long the pandemic would last, and we were ensuring uninterrupted service delivery while actively aiding our community members most impacted by the effects of the pandemic. Meanwhile, with our community's gracious support of the Measure U 1 cent sales tax in November 2020, we've been hyper-vigilant over the past year in delivering on the implementation plan that the council approved. This included priorities of the deficit backfill to maintain core services, our workforce stabilization to rebuild the city workforce, infrastructure investment to ensure city assets are maintained for the benefit of the community, and priority initiatives to jumpstart key council priorities. We've also had the opportunity to leverage this new funding. We estimate that at a minimum, we will receive $38 million in grant revenues, local, state, and federal, which is more than 5 times the amount we received in the previous year. We are ensuring that Measure U funds are maximized and working for Petaluma. As was reinforced throughout our fiscal and organizational sustainability efforts, there are no shortage of immediate needs to address: deferred maintenance, aging infrastructure, debt obligations, and inadequate staffing levels. The timing of our recent goals and priorities was to coincide with our budget discussions, much of which is reflected in tonight's workshop. I'm incredibly proud of this policy document and want to express my gratitude to our Deputy City Manager and Finance Director, Corey Garbarolio, and to our accountant analyst, Isabel Kraft, as well as to our department directors and their staffs for creating a thoughtful, accessible, and transparent budget that reflects a full-service city that our community deserves. And with that, I will turn this over to Deputy City Manager Corey Garbarolio.
Thank you, Peggy. Thank you, Mayor Barrett, members of the City Council. I'm happy to be here this evening in person. On tonight's agenda, we will go over the budget process. We'll talk about the timeline and the length of time it takes to develop this document. And we'll review an all funds budget overview. We'll discuss the capital improvement program, and we'll have a Q&A following the capital improvement program. And then we'll go into the general fund overview, long-term forecast update, and the risks and opportunities that exist in that forecast. And then finally, we'll go over the departmental budget overviews, and that will be also followed by an opportunity to ask questions. So the budget development process starts in late October, early November. So it's about a 7-month process. It follows a very tight timeline with budget document to the City Council annually by May. The process includes developing a CIP plan that begins in November that takes several months. The goals and priorities are incorporated into the final budget document. And the process is ongoing, is continually monitored as we move through the year. It doesn't just happen during the budget development stage, but it happens ongoing as we bring budget adjustments forward to council. In addition to budget adjustments, we continually monitor the general fund activity. So we bring forward and update the budget forecast. So a quick recap of the COVID impacts over the last couple years. Although we are recovering and revenues are nearing pre-pandemic levels, we're still experiencing impacts as the situation remains ongoing, albeit at a much lower level than the prior year. The city supported and continues to support businesses throughout the pandemic with programs such as the free range program that has been extended through October. Our revenue losses since the beginning of COVID is estimated at about $7 million. That includes losses in the general fund, the transient occupancy tax fund, and other funds as well. Other funding that we did receive, in addition to Measure U that's new, is also the ARPA funding. So that $8.3 million that we received during fiscal 22 has been programmed into a variety of projects and programs aimed at benefiting the community, including facility improvements, capital projects, ongoing business support, and interim housing solutions. So part of the annual budget process includes identifying available resources while still maintaining a balanced budget. All departments were required to maintain the existing operating budgets at the same level as the prior year, with no additional increases built in, which represents the baseline of needs. Only those requests necessary for ongoing operations were approved. The goals and initiatives were identified and included into the proposed budget. And given that our needs still far outweigh our resources, we must still continue to balance the need with available resources going forward. Measure U does provide significant funding, but it is a finite source. So we must fund those critical needs and prioritize and address those needs every year. So we'll start with the citywide revenues. We have about a $310 million budget, and it's funded by about $272 million in revenues. The difference between those two numbers is about $38 million, and it comes from accumulated reserves in the various funds. The general fund revenues account for about 23.5% of the overall city revenues, and that takes into consideration taxes, fees, other funding from other governmental agencies. Measure U is the new locally controlled sales tax revenues that accounts for about 5% of the overall total. Our utility funds are about 25%, and that's coming from rates and connection fees from our water and wastewater services that we provide to the community. Capital projects are about 24%. So that's transfers from utilities and special revenue funds, such as impact fee funds that fund capital projects. Our special revenue funds account for about 10%. That's largely impact fees and other funds such as gas tax, Measure M parks. And then we have our enterprise funds, which are airport, marina, transit, that are funded through fees and charges. And then finally, our internal service and successor agency making up the remaining 4% of our overall revenue budget. Citywide expenditures for fiscal 22-23 are $310 million. Utility funds make up the largest portion of that at about 30%. So again, that's water, wastewater, and stormwater. The general fund is about 21%. That accounts for all the general government services, which includes public safety, parks and recreation, and public works. Measure U is about 5% and supports the workforce stabilization cost as well as the general fund deficit. So our operations can continue, and infrastructure investment and priority initiatives. Special revenues are about 11.5%, which largely represent grant activity and impact fees being transferred to fund capital projects. Our enterprise funds make up about 4%. So again, that's airport, marina, and transit, as well as building 2. Our internal service successor agency, again, are combined to make up the remaining 6%. And then finally, our capital projects are about 23%, which we'll discuss next. So at this point, I'd like to transfer it over to Christopher Bolt, our Public Works and Utilities Director, to speak to the capital improvement program.
Thank you very much, and good evening, Mayor and Council. It's a pleasure to be here sharing our proposed CIP program with you tonight. As our city manager mentioned, it's an unprecedented and historic level of investment in our community, and it's a very exciting time for our community. Our fiscal year 23 CIP program involves approximately 115 projects, plus numerous ongoing programs, initiatives, and regular maintenance and operational activities. We're still running a city behind the scenes, despite all the exciting things we're talking about here this evening. Next slide, please. So we are a full service city. I don't think that's a secret to anyone here. There's so many elements to what we're doing, and this slide attempts to encapsulate the major pieces of that. Safety is always paramount. We're dealing with buildings, facilities. The capital plan involves investments in parks and open spaces, transportation infrastructure, and safety. Vision Zero is something we're going to talk about tonight. Bicycle and pedestrian improvements are so critically important in our community, and investments in the airport, marina, and so forth. Green infrastructure is huge. Parks and recreation, energy conservation, and water distribution, conservation, and wastewater collection and treatment. So Public Works touches so many elements of our city and serves as the backbone and the quality of life, many of the quality of life elements within our community. Next slide, please. So there are many drivers and elements that inform our decisions and recommendations this evening and within the budget for fiscal year 23. This is a list, but it's not an order of any particular priority. Obviously, one of the most important pieces of these many important elements is the council direction, the goals and priorities that we all set together. A city that works, safe community that thrives, economy that prospers, environmental legacy, and spaces and places. And then you see a list of other critically important elements. Health and safety is always paramount. Funding, do we have available funds? Will we potentially have available funds? We want to make sure things are shovel ready when that happens. Staff resources is always a consideration. Operational needs, community input and outreach is very important to us, as well as advisory committee input. And then, of course, we want to continue projects that have already started or that are in progress for our community. Next slide, please. So this is a summary, kind of shows the funding uses or expenditures of our $70+ million capital program. Public Works involves 30%, the category we call Public Works. Wastewater and sewer collections is about 21%. Water distribution, 14%. Parks and Recreation is 12%. Facilities, 10%. Recycled water is 8%, and then various other very important, but other pieces are summarized here. Next slide, please. Where does the money come from? This slide attempts to illustrate the sources of our revenues. Wastewater and sewer revenues account for about a little over $20 million, or 29%. Water revenues are just over $13 million, or 19%. The Measure U bonds, basically with the Measure U revenues having been received now for exactly, I believe, 1 year since last April, we basically leveraged those revenues by issuing bonds to take advantage of today's construction prices. And so that's 12.5 million. And impact fees represents another 14%. And of course, other various sources as listed. So airport projects, here's an overview of $1.3 million. Ongoing and preventative maintenance activities is a key piece of our program as proposed for this next fiscal year. Next slide. Facilities, $9.33 million in projects proposed. You'll see that many of them are climate ready or shovel ready. The city has been conducting myriad assessments and evaluations. There's lots of deferred maintenance. I don't think it's a secret to anyone. And we are a city that's moving forward. We are driving towards our goal of achieving fiscal and organizational sustainability. We are attempting through this program to address our community's needs and deferred maintenance on our various facilities. The next slide here highlights 6 of our most critical and compelling projects. The library fire suppression system is coming soon. The City Hall West Wing, citywide facilities audit, our community center emergency generator and building upgrade, police station facility remodel, and EV chargers. And with this, I'll turn it over to the Assistant City Manager Brian Cochran to discuss our fire station projects.
Thanks, Christopher. So much of what's on the slide we actually talked through last week during our goals and priorities, but just to reiterate briefly, so we have a number of projects in the current year CIP that you'll be seeing regarding fire and police facilities. The first one and kind of the first step is the site analysis and the overall facility strategic plan that we'll be working on over the next 4 to 6 months. That will consider needs around a diverse workforce, the right staff and equipment needs, and the space to accommodate those, potential seismic retrofits that may be needed at our facilities, and where the stations should be to maximize response times. And we'll be gathering a lot of information that's already been collected on our facilities and then rolling that into a facility strategic plan through an architectural firm that will be helping us design that plan with different scenarios around funding, locations, renovation versus building new, those sorts of things. So there, you'll see some projects in here about renovations. So fire stations 2 and 3 definitely need some renovations. We've identified some of what that means, but we need to fully build out the plan. There is what we would call seed money for those projects. It's about $1 million, but we likely will need more. So that $1 million could be grant match funding, or we will need to build on that potentially over time to fully renovate those facilities to accommodate our current needs. And then the bigger project looking out a couple of years is the new fire station number 1. Be looking at where that facility should be located, what the needs will be, and then ultimately constructing it with an estimated budget of about $21 million. So that package of projects, we just wanted to talk through again, because it does feed into that council priority that we talked about last week. Thank you, Christopher.
Thank you. And now we'll have our Parks Director, Drew Halter, present on Parks projects. Thank you.
Thank you, Christopher. Madam Mayor, council members, and community, my pleasure to be up here tonight presenting what I hope you all will see as a historic investment in our parks and recreation infrastructure and facilities. So I wanted to just recognize kind of an overview of what we're seeing on this slide, which is a well-balanced program or an aim to that really addresses both our most critical needs and improving our park pathway access, playgrounds, facilities, but also following through on a lot of our commitments to the community to move forward with the construction of long projects such as the first dedicated full baseball field complex, a redesigned skate park, a holistic new park design at Kenilworth, and an educational amphitheater at Schollenberger. So all in all, this park's CIP and facilities plan represents 8.4 million recommended of capital investments, which will really make such a huge impact and reflect a balanced program for our community. Next slide, please. Here we see a visual representation of the balance I spoke to earlier, recognizing the need to invest in parks, but also how important it is to highlight some of these key projects that represent some of the programming too that occurs within the parks. So in the upcoming year, we're expecting to make completion on things like the Westridge Trail project, embark on this journey to revitalize Kenilworth Park, but also to transition out and replace Lou Casey's turf field, several new playgrounds, and again, taking a big bite out of the many deferred maintenance projects we spoke to on our pathways, trails, and access to parks. Next slide, please. So our next few slides, I'm going to cover what our recommendations are for the Measure M Sonoma County Parks for All initiative. And really wanted to stop at this slide because it's really an illustrative of where we are in this measure. It was a voter approved 1/8 of a cent sales tax in 2018. So the first full year of implementation was 2019, 2020. And during that time, the city really invested a great deal into dedicating solely on engaging with our community and public outreach to help us inform what our prioritized categories of investment would look like. And in the subsequent years, as design and construction projects were underway, we're starting to see really the implementation and the completion of some of these projects. And you can see, Petaluma's first 4 dedicated pickleball courts with full courts here, playgrounds going in, pathways being improved. I really wanted to just kind of mark where we are in this measure, and we are at a crossroads at a very exciting time. Next slide, please. This really provides kind of an overview of how we got here. It really took a lot of community input, engaging, and really the role of the Recreation, Music, and Parks Commission to be that forum to help us solicit community input. Annually, this is reviewed, and there's often progress reports on certain projects, but also the overall spending plan. We stick to a criteria that we've established for investment. There is annual engagement with the Sonoma County Citizen Oversight Committee, which we report to. There's also regular coordination with other jurisdictions in Sonoma County Regional Parks, and then ultimately regular review at the Recreation, Music, and Parks Commission. Next slide, please. This is our 7 categorized investment priorities, and you'll see paths, bike trails, connections, and access at the top of your screen. That is essentially, what we are carrying out day in and day out. Now, this may fluctuate year after year, but it's a 10-year measure, and we hope that at the end of those 10 years, with the annual review, that our well-balanced program reflects what the community's, our commitment to the community has looked like. Regardless of the project, the initiative, we always look at everything through the lens of safety, maintenance, and the environmental impact. Next slide, please. For this year's Measure M capital improvement projects investments, we are recommending $450,000, the majority of which will be used to renovate a series of trails at McNear, La Trasera, and McDowell Parks. I also wanted to highlight the $150,000 in professional services that is earmarked as seed money to develop a strategic parks and recreation master plan. And overall, again, we're seeing these investments grow, and the total Measure M expenditure recommended at $943,000. Next slide, please. This visual illustrates just another way of showing those expenditures as they align to those prioritized categories of investment you saw in the few slides back. So really, again, on that theme of balance, this is intended to show exactly kind of where that breakdown is year after year. And while these categories may shift over the life of the measure, we really are seeking to have that balance. Next slide, please. And with that, I'll give it back to our Public Works Director, Christopher. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Drew. Continuing on with a general overview of our public works projects, of which we're spending nearly $20 million in our proposed budget. You see here a list of some of our most important projects that we've proposed. As with facilities, we've been very busy conducting assessments, studies, and evaluations of potential projects throughout the city. So we're very excited about this program. Next slide, please. What is paramount to us as we approach every single project we do is this vision, especially with street projects, is our vision of safe streets in our community with the end goal of a vision zero deaths, injuries, fatalities, and so forth. Safety is our top priority without question. And you'll be hearing more about that next week in our council meeting. With all of our projects, we strive to incorporate active transportation components, bicycles, pedestrians, strollers, wheelchairs, everything, including the Americans with Disabilities Act components, ADA, and traffic calming elements. You see here a list of various projects, key projects, and initiatives that play into this vision. We're driving towards our goal of achieving a safe transportation system that is accessible to all ages, physical abilities, and modes, whether it's walking, running, strollers, wheelchairs, bicycles, e-bikes, etc., while also integrating our community needs and deferred maintenance. And the next slide here illustrates a focus on our ADA improvements. And this slide at a glance kind of shows a bird's eye view of all the different ADA improvements that have made in our downtown area. On a 10-year, very ambitious program, we're about 70% of the way, right on target in our 7th year. And the next slide shows our kind of an overview, a snapshot of the entire city and the various ADA work that's occurring. Some of the green elements are proposed in the coming year, and the blue elements have been completed or nearly completed. So there's much more to come, and I know this map is perhaps a little scarce, but what's exciting is when we develop a map, which we'll be doing to show the cumulative effects of all of our work, it's quite exciting. So the next slide highlights our pavement management and restoration programs. So Measure U, without a doubt, has been instrumental in providing local dollars that can leverage grant funds and really make things happen. And we're really moving the needle. In the past, we were only able to spend maybe $2 or $3 million a year on pavement improvements. But going forward, and you've seen this with a lot of the construction work that's happening, we're spending 3 times that amount, sometimes 4 times that amount or more, higher than previous annual spending levels. And so when we say historic and unprecedented, we really mean business. So in fiscal year 22, $5.7 million. And then in 23, we're proposing $13 million, 24, $15 million. And for fiscal years 25 and beyond, we're looking at hopefully a program that's approaching about a $10 million level. Unfortunately, we can't see too far in the future because it depends so much on grant funding and so forth. So there's 2 key pieces here: pavement restoration in our CIP project program. And then below, you'll see in the last bullet set the discussion of reconstruction projects planned for fiscal year 23. So we have had an ambitious program in pavement restoration, and that continues this year with an additional $1.6 million being spent in addition to the $2.5 million already spent on cave sealing and striping. And so this year we're planning about another 14 road miles will be completed under this contract. Approximately $9 million of the $13 million in pavement reconstruction is planned for fiscal year 23. Of that, 5.5 miles is in collector streets, larger high volume streets and so forth. And again, want to emphasize that safety is paramount, and we are trying to prioritize areas around our schools in our community, and definitely collaborating with our school officials more so than ever before. And as we've already alluded to, we're incorporating active transportation everywhere we can. So this slide here highlights in 2 years, so this current fiscal year as well as the coming fiscal year, some exciting news. Over 1/3 of our streets will be improved by the close of fiscal year 23. We've got a lot of construction work coming up, and we've already completed a lot. You can see in the map here that we're touching many areas of the community. And the majority of the roads completed in this last fiscal year, and this is, of course, heading towards July 1st this year. So some of the work is ongoing over the next 2-3 months here. I guess only 2 months left in the fiscal year. Time is flying. But our focus has been on neighborhood streets. And there's definitely more to come in the future. But the coming focus next year, as you'll see in the next couple slides, will be more on collector streets. And as you see in the bottom footnote there, there's always we continue to embrace all available opportunities to make our streets safe and incorporate active transportation. Next slide, please. Here again is a 5-year kind of outlook of the $43.5 million, and $22 million of that is for reconstruction of streets in very poor condition. Sometimes that street is just too far gone. We can't really just give it an overlay. McDowell is one of those. It's just too bad to actually preserve anymore. So we've got no choice but to reconstruct the base and build it from the bottom up again. And that happens normally in the life cycle of streets, but it is very expensive. And then you can see how we're splitting some of the additional monies into rehabilitating poor streets and rehabilitating fair streets as well as preventative maintenance. This is just an approximation. Those actual dollar amounts are going to shift as design information becomes available and as we learn more and get closer to projects. Next slide is a 5-year summary. And we are, as part of this, I just want to say that we are focusing heavily in the coming fiscal year on the very poor condition streets that are heavier in volume, collectors, much like McDowell and others. Wider roadways give us opportunities for active transportation, which is exciting for our community. So again, with every project, we look long and hard at that. We seek a lot of input to see what we need to do. All streets are evaluated for striping and quick build active transportation opportunities, as I mentioned. And our proposed project list is still underway, but this exhibit here is a preliminary draft of what we foresee over the next 5-year outlook. We are working on refining a process for receiving and developing pilot projects and quick builds based on community input. We've got some exciting things happening right now with the traffic circle that's been installed at Upham and Bassett, and we look forward to doing many more projects like that and refining the process to receive that information to inform our decisions and priorities. Speaking of decisions and priorities and how we choose them, this graphic here attempts to download the brains of our very talented engineering and CIP team, as well as all the other leadership within the city. So it really is a way to describe or illustrate the framework of how we prioritize and plan our projects. At the top, you see safety as being paramount, of course, with active transportation components. The local road safety plan informs our decisions, safe routes to school, traffic calming, proximity to other key known traffic or safety issues in the community are always important. So the boxes represent kind of hard and fast rules, and then you'll see these thought clouds sprinkled around. So going to the next level down, the orange boxes are the maintenance needs, the utility coordination. Sometimes we know that water and sewer work needs to be done under a street, so we're going to hold on that until that work can be completed or done in conjunction with the paving work for that street. Treatment costs are important. Road classification, is it a collector, a neighborhood street, and so forth, as well as what we call the pavement condition and index, a scale of 0 to 100, with 100 being a perfectly new street and 0 being one, completely failed and untravelable. So next we go into available money. Do we have the funds to pay for it, or will we have the funds to pay for it? And if that's a go, it's kind of like the game of Monopoly, do not pass go. We can then proceed and put it on a project list if we feel there's a good chance that funding is available, or we're going to pursue that. So we sometimes want to make projects shovel ready, even though the money's not in hand or the program's not identified, but we want to have it ready, and we have many projects that fit in that category. And you can see here many of the different elements that we talk about, that we think over and seek community input on to help inform our decisions in comprising a capital improvements program like this and choosing our projects. Next slide, please. So here we see a project highlight of Petaluma Boulevard South, which has been an amazing transformation for this area of our community. So we are definitely looking forward to, completing this opportunity to provide what has been called a road diet, but really is a complete streets project. And it should be complete here within the next month or so. And we're very excited to reveal that to the community shortly. Next few slides are really some of the backbone in the community, out of sight, out of mind almost, but utility projects are critical to providing quality of life and again tie into safety. So here you see some highlights of our recycled water program, 6.1 million, and some photographs of some of the proposed projects outlined in our capital program. Very important, particularly in this time of trying to conserve water and reuse water. Our wild, audacious goal is to have zero discharge into the Petaluma River in the future. So utility projects also incorporate stormwater with a few of the projects highlighted here, $2 million. There is no revenue stream specifically for surface water, so this has to come out of the general fund at this current time, which is a challenge. The next slide are very important, and is our transit projects, $0.6 million budget. I just want to be very clear that this is working closely with MV, our trusted private contractor, for providing our transit services. And we are working hard to transform transit as it exists today into a new model. So there's a lot of discussions about microtransit and shuttle service to downtown and so forth happening at this time. Next is our utility projects, wastewater. We're proposing $14.7 million to and 12 projects as listed herein for collections and treatment. So this isn't just Ellis necessarily, but it's all the sewer system feeding into the wastewater plant, including pump stations and so forth. So the next slide highlights additional work in this arena. And you see here some manhole rehabilitation work being done. And again, that has to be done before streets can be improved. So we're working well ahead of a lot of the street projects to make sure we synchronize those activities. What we call the PIPS force main replacement, that's the main station that pumps all of the wastewater from the city out to our Ellis treatment facility. It's a very important project that's on the horizon. And chemical system upgrades at Ellis, as well as our outfall replacement. These are some of the things not readily seen as you travel throughout the community, but are very important for us. The next slide highlights our utility projects with the water distribution system, $9.7 million proposed. 8 projects are summarized here. And you see some examples of the water main work that's happening, Bayran and Madison, as well as service replacements, which are shown on the next slide. The next slide shows us that, again, back to that thought of out of sight, out of mind, these water services, these blue water lines, as they're tapped into the water main, unfortunately, with 6,000 of those in the community that need replacement, 2,240 have been completed. So that's a very good element. It's just unfortunate that 6,000 of them need replacement. This is a polybutylene pipe that's used from 1970 to the mid-1990s. This polybutylene pipe is prone to failure, unfortunately. So in becoming your public works director recently, I learned that we're fixing water leaks almost on a daily basis out in the community, which is of course very concerning in these times of drought and so forth. So the more of these we can get replaced, the less we'll be out spending good money after bad fixing these old water service lines. And with that, we're at the end of our capital improvement program presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And this looks like a good place for us to have a Q&A on any of the questions of the projects that have come up among council members. And I see Council Member Healy has his hand up.
Thank you. So with the various water system replacements, I know that's a recurring theme every year, and I wanted just to ask if the level of spending and the level of projects is at the right level? Are we still falling further behind because the amount is too low?
Great question. I'll defer to Gina and or Dan Herrera, who are with us this evening. They are the principal engineers involved in this.
Thanks, Christopher. I would look to Dan for a detailed answer, but I can tell you that we're pretty comfortable and confident with the level that we're approaching both last year and this year. And I'm not seeing any red flags on falling further behind on that. Would we like to go faster? Would we like to do more? Yeah, funds permitting, of course. Dan, anything else to add on that?
Yeah, I'll be honest with you. I missed the first part of that question. Was this specific to the water services or was
Yeah.
this the overall water program?
Both.
It was so the water program itself, you know, we're right now we're working with our water master plan, and we kind of put the brakes a little bit on some of these water projects to make sure that we're implementing the right capacity projects and the priorities for them. So that water master plan should be completed towards the end of this year, the beginning of next year, so we can really make sure that our water projects are the right ones that we're doing. For the water services, it's more of our standard dollar amount. I think we hover around $2 million, 1.5 to 2 million for these water services, and it's a kind of a challenge to kind of have a large enough. It gives us the latitude to have a large enough area while still maintaining prioritizing some operations. Operations has little smaller neighborhoods that they can have priorities where they're having lots of service calls. So the dollar amount that we use gives us basically some leeway in getting a large enough area and then having the ability to pick up these smaller areas. So we're pretty comfortable with that dollar amount on a yearly basis. But yeah, like I said, we can do more. It just gets to the point of these projects start to become a little bit too large, and it's a struggle to isolate those areas.
Thank you. It sounds like we're in the ballpark of where we need to be. That's what I was hoping to hear. Thanks.
Yeah.
Thank you. Councilmember Fisher.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have a question for the city manager, and that is that given that this was essentially printed and published before we finished our goal and priority setting session last week, is this going to be updated based on what we decided?
Well, as you will see a lot of the priorities already reflected because we've been working on those regardless. And as staff committed, we'll need to delve deeper into some of those to see if we need a mid-year budget adjustment. So I don't know that we would make this budget, but definitely our mid-year budget adjustment if needed, if we need to adjust our budget.
Thank you.
Councilmember Barnacle.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Great budget, everyone that worked on it. My questions are, my main question is, I know there's a lot of sort of street projects underway that are already looking at quick builds. I know there's been a group on D Street. There's definitely been some talk on I Street, Rainier, North Webster, Mountain View. But I didn't see the budget item that was really tackling those. The one that was there last year, the traffic calming and bike boulevards, is about 60% of where it was last year. So I'm just wondering where the funding is coming to implement those projects and get them done.
Chris or Gina, would you like to take that?
Absolutely. I'll have Gina speak to that. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Councilmember Barnacle, that's a great question. We are including some of that in our traffic calming, and I think we titled it Bike Boulevard and Traffic Calming. But the largest portion is going to be covered with our pavement restoration and reconstruction citywide. And those quick builds and demonstration and pilot projects are being funded as we approach each of those projects. So we're building those into our street projects.
Okay.
Councilmember King.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. First of all, thank you for this very thorough, as always, budget. I appreciate being able to look through it and see what's been accomplished and what will be accomplished in the coming years. My comment or question really deals with the section on water and wastewater. I noted at least over the next 3 to 4 fiscal years, some pretty major projects. And if I added up the money, it comes to over 100 million. So my question, which I would expect, given the involved nature of these projects, has there been anything in the area of water main replacement or other undergrounding work that's been identified for later in the decade that's not reflected in the budget at this point?
I'll defer to Dan Herrera to assist with this, but in general, there's always work to do within the utility domain. It's just a constant cycle of capital improvements. Everything has a life cycle. Dan, do you want to comment on that? I can tell you also that a lot of grant funds are supplementing the expenditures and investments we're planning, and there are some reserves available for these programs and projects. Dan?
Yeah, sure thing. Again, so the CIP that we have goes out about 4 years, and for the water, a lot of the money is focused on tanks and wells. And while we do have a yearly water main replacement program, the same thing with the sewer. I think we have a fiscal year 5-year program for various water mains with sewer mains, with some identified, in that CIP in the next couple fiscal years. But the focus we're having right now is the water master plan and the sewer master plan. So those 2 plans are really going to identify our future, and they're going to focus on capacity. One of the large inputs into that is our housing element and where the city is going to grow. And so while what's included right now are basically our operations main lines that we have, maintenance. When we do our research for the failures on the sewer mains and then the water main, the age, we have a couple near-term projects, but the future ones are really going to rely on our water and sewer master plans that, again, they're going to be completed early next year. So those will have 10-year CIP programs. Right now, we only have a 5-year in our current program, but those master plans will have a 10-year CIP, so much more future-oriented projects.
We're at a unique juncture in our history where our aging infrastructure and the upcoming needs of the community and so forth. So the water master planning, sewer master planning, and recycled water master planning efforts are all happening at just the right time to help inform future rates and the needs, but also funding for these important and valuable projects for our community.
Okay, thank you. And that, I would agree. I mean, you mentioned out of sight, out of mind. I suppose it's not out of sight, out of mind while the project's happening, but it is a major portion of our capital improvement program, and it's vitally important. So I appreciate you laying that out. And I just wanted to say, I noticed that the LED street lamps throughout the city had been completed, if I read that right. And after, the little steps we've taken over each of the years to get that done, I want to say congratulations. I think that was an important project, and I'm glad to see it's been completed. That's it for now. Thanks.
Thank you. Vice Mayor?
Thank you. I just wanted to thank staff for all the detailed work involved. I wanted to thank the staff for all the detailed work involved in providing us this budget. I have no questions. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. At this point, I would just like to ask the clerk if she has received any emails or correspondence on the CIP section of this workshop.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. No, I have not received any correspondence prior to the meeting.
Okay, thank you very much. And I wanted to call on people here in the audience first who wanted to speak on this item. And we only have one person who has a card, and that's Darren Rakusin. And he has asked for extra time for the to be seated by Shakti Kennedy, who is attending digitally. So, and the moderator is agreeing that that's, do you need to ask her or
I can ask her at
yes,
this time.
I think that would be the right protocol. And
Shakti, please, you've been unmuted.
Hello, yes, I yield my time to my husband, who's there in person, Darren Rackison, to have an additional 3 minutes. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
thank you for that. And I will just say at this time that Mr. Rakusin has also put in a request to speak at general public comment, and we do not cede extra time in general public comment, just in items that are actually on the agenda. So that's just an FYI for everybody else listening, because we haven't done this for a while. So we're going to open public comment and first start with the people who are here in the council, and then we will go to the people who are attending virtually. And this is on items on the CIP issues. And then we'll come back and do another general public comment on the rest of the items that staff will provide. And then we'll go to general public comment after that. Okay, Mr. Rick.
Just a minute. We're going to have our timer start the timer. Okay, go ahead.
Fantastic. And just from the pushing
Push the button.
green light. Just from the agenda items, I didn't know this was broken up by section, so I'll just kind of run through the overview, but focus on the CIP programs. In particular, the water programs. I think everyone in Petaluma, a pain point is water and water infrastructure, especially as the city develops, how we're going to manage that critical resource. And, when we see first of all, the programs look fantastic. I think there's really some cost efficient programs, especially when we look at the agricultural water recycling, programs like that, and numbers aren't in the millions. We look at tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands for, an issue that I think a lot of people resonate with, which is how to manage agricultural use of water, probably, pretty big uses there. So I guess what I'm seeing also is alongside the increase in spend to make up that budget, it says that increase in revenue is planned, an increase in, it doesn't actually say bonds, but it says grants and revenue. So I just wanted to confirm if the increase in revenue is anticipated in the increase in water rates, which was my assumption to fund those projects. Alongside that, that brings up an issue of impact fees. It looked like in the revised 2022 budget, there was kind of a spike in impact fees from 2021. And then the projected 2023 kind of comes back down. So I just wondered if anyone could speak to why there was that spike in impact fees. Is that as projects are approved? Is that something over time that we can forecast? And I guess the ultimate question, are we charging enough for impact fees? If we plan these large infrastructure developments to basically accommodate more development, more housing development, things of that nature, are we charging enough to developers to make sure that we can fund those programs without necessarily raising rates on existing customers? And then one big budget item, I think there have been a couple numbers thrown around for the AMI improvements. This was mentioned as part of the drought relief project studies. And actually in that area, it says that AMI grant is kind of in the works, and maybe it wasn't updated because it sounds like it was secured now. And it looks like there was $11.5 million estimated to replace all 20,000 water meters, AMI cellular meters. The last city council meeting, I made a comment that I would really urge the city council to advise Public Works and/or the TAP committee to add on some kind of assessment of if we could do wired broadband for this project. There is a lot of research coming out of England right now. We actually only spent $4 million in a pretty large part of the UK to pilot gigabit broadband fiber in existing water infrastructure. There's actually kind of a ring you can put in existing water pipes that expands pressure outwards and pins a fiber cable to the top of the pipe. It's a really interesting technology. It could work alongside this. I mean, if it's cheaper now, maybe I heard the grant was for 7.5 million. The projection for expenditure was 11.5. There's a way to bring this thing down by using broadband, which I would assume is a more reliable source of connectivity for the meters. but also would serve to bring everyone broadband internet service into their home as well. And I know from my previous comments, obviously that's something I've lobbied for many times. So I think that would kind of hit two big items, both connecting Petalumans with broadband internet service, broadband fiber, kind of the golden standard internet connectivity, as well as maybe reducing the cost on this AMI project. I'm unsure how shovel ready that project is. Maybe there's not time to do that kind of assessment, but I would really urge some time and thought being put into that before we invest in cellular infrastructure. Alongside that, with that drought relief project, I wondered if it sounds like the AMI funds very much came out of the research for that drought relief project. Were there any other items that were also brought to the table, like water catchment programs? Maybe this kind of blends into the agricultural water recycling. There are any other programs worthy of looking at to preserve water? Obviously, for me, that's a very fundamental, and natural resources are the baseline, kind of is your North Star for everything else you do. And just to tag on to this AMI issue, I noticed that for the city attorney, it seems like he's kind of involved in everything. His office is responsible for so much that happens in the city. The top priority listed was to update the city's telecommunications regulations. Now, this has been a contention point in a lot of city council meetings, TAC meetings, people lobbying to kind of slow down on 5G proliferation, telecommunications proliferation in favor of fiber broadband. So I was here to urge the council to maybe knock that down a couple notches on the priority list, because we've discussed so many important priorities for the past two meetings, and I did not see that mirrored necessarily in the city manager and the other relevant departments that it says you'd be working with on that project. So I wondered if we could kind of remove that at least from the top priorities, and maybe this will happen as this is updated subsequent to the last meeting. And then I do have a couple of other comments, but just to kind of limit it to the SIP projects, I just wanted to also talk about Caulfield and Rainier. I noticed that last year there's about $10 million spent on Rainier, which I know, again, contentious project. And then it says there's an anticipated $69 million for fiscal year 27, 28 and beyond. So I wondered if there was some, just because that massive investment made, we could get some finality onto where that project's going. Now it's an overpass without necessarily either an accompanying connector or just a direction on which way we're going. I think a lot of people support Caulfield, not Rainier is what I hear from speaking with the public. Thank you for my time.
Well, you did get the extra 3 minutes seated. So we didn't put in 6 minutes. We put in 3.
We did, no, we
Oh, you did? Yeah, you did.
Yes,
Okay, I
yes.
missed that.
Thank
Sorry.
you.
Sorry. I was paying too much attention to what you were saying, not the clock. Okay, so that is the only speaker here in person who wants to speak. So I'll ask our moderator to see if there's anybody on the Zoom call who would like to speak to this item.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. At this time, there are 7 attendees. One person has their virtual hand raised. And as a reminder, members of the public who are attending virtually who wish to speak, please raise your virtual hand or press *9. And when you are called on, please unmute and begin speaking. So again, at this time, we have one speaker, Ben Peters. Ben, please unmute.
Good evening, everyone.
Yes.
I just want to
You're on.
highlight one section of the CIP program, which relates to the climate first policy. So I think on page 59 of the budget is where the concept of a climate first policy is mentioned. I congratulate you for starting that effort. In reading that paragraph, I am a little confused on what that actual policy is and how it translates into getting the checkboxes in the various actual CIP projects, etc. So I don't know if someone could speak to that or if a more formal policy is still being adopted. But it's a good step in the right direction to have what I read into as an embedded cost of carbon calculation in the budget decisions. Although I would appreciate if that were articulated slightly more. The other comment I'll mention, and this is related to the previous speaker, was on the recent water grant funded projects from the DWR. I do thank Christopher Gold for sending those staff reports. If anyone remembers voting for those projects, I think you might be surprised. If you do want to look, those were in the January consent calendar items. I will say at a broad level, I think it would be an important policy to consider projects over a certain dollar threshold should not be approved via the consent calendar, because there is generally a lack of the ability for the public and the city council to review and comment on those items. Here, this one project in particular around the AMI metering, you at least have a couple interesting concepts which may have been surfaced were they not for their location on the consent calendar in a January. So it seems like hopefully it's not too late, but it might be too late for those projects. But I will say in general, we should only reserve the consent calendar for budget items which are truly routine and mundane. We have a lot of great expertise in the city, and I think it's time that the city of Petaluma reach out and have better engagement regarding these important topics.
Thank you, Ben. And Madam Mayor, we have now 9 attendees and another person with her hand up, Nicole Carmada. I'm going to unmute you. Please unmute.
Hi, my name's Nicole Camarda. I'm a resident of Petaluma. I'm a committee member on PBAC, and I'm part of Safe Streets Petaluma. And I see that in capital improvement projects, we do have a lot of monies going towards road improvement with bike and pedestrian projects as a part of that. But I'm concerned that there's a significant reduction in the amount of money that is being put towards traffic calming in this year's budget. And so I would really like to remind the council that the Safe Streets platform is asking for $2 million to be put into a fund specifically for quick build projects. I think I speak for all of PBAC when I say we absolutely love working with Ken Eichstadt. He's a wonderful engineer, but he definitely has a strong mind towards active transportation and wants to do these projects, and the process and the funding isn't there. And we've been waiting a long time for a lot of simple projects to happen. So I think we really need to consider putting more money towards quick build aside from CIP. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Nicole. Madam Mayor, we have now 11 attendees, but no more hands are up. No more speakers.
Thank you very much. So at this point, we'll close this section of the.
Oh, I'm sorry. It looks like there's one more speaker.
Okay.
Susan Kirks.
And just a reminder, this is the section on CIP items so that people will be able to speak again on other budget items after the next set of presentations.
Yes.
But go ahead.
Go ahead and unmute, Susan.
Thank you. I wanted to support what Nicole Camarda just stated and encourage the city council to prioritize and require integration of the Safe Streets platform into this budget project, whether it's CIP or the upcoming general fund. It's the platform itself needs to be the priority with budget information included in it. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan. And at this time, I do not see any more hands raised.
Thank you very much. With that, we'll close this section. And I think that Ms. Camarda was speaking to the same item that or issue that was brought up and answered earlier by Councilmember Barnacle.
And I was just going to say, if we could start to answer some questions that the public had raised, and I'm wondering, Corey, would you mind responding to Mr. Rackeson's comments regarding the funding strategy regarding our water? And I do want to let you know that we are looking into the broadband opportunity because we don't want to miss that if that's a possibility. Thanks, Corey.
Sure. So I noted down some of the questions. I might miss a few, but I'm going to try to answer them. So there was a question about a potential rate increase to fund water and wastewater projects. We usually and typically initiate a rate study once every 5 years. We will be entering into a rate study during fiscal 23. That rate study looks at not only fund balance, but also our capital improvement program, including the updated water and wastewater master plans that are underway and will be completed next fiscal year. Also, what our operational costs are. So when we're looking at all of that, and the rising cost of providing the service, there is a potential that rates could increase, but we don't know yet. We won't know until the rate study is completed. Projects are funded not only by rates, but also by grants as well. And then there was a question about impact fees and the changing level of funding for impact fees. It does fluctuate. It's based on activity. So if we anticipate certain development projects to be completed, we account for that revenue in that year. And there's a possibility the following year might not have as much development expected. So that's why you would see the big changes in revenues and impact fees. And then there was a question on AMI grant funding, and I'm not that familiar with that question, but I can tell you that we did receive the grant that you're mentioning of approximately $11 million from the Department of Water Resources for the meter replacements. And I wasn't involved in the grant application, but there could likely be restrictions from the state based on what we move forward with that project. And I think probably Department of Public Works is better to respond to that. That's just a bit of information that I know. And I think that's all I have.
And I would just add on the question about more clarity on our active transportation and traffic calming projects. I think there's going to be a way for us to reflect it better in the budget. And I think right now staff is really working on that program to make sure that we've got that how requests come in and how they're formalized so we can start, really reflecting that in the budget document. So.
So I was actually attributing the answer earlier to, or the question earlier to Councilmember Barnacle, but I think it was Councilmember Fisher who asked about how are things that were adopted as priorities going to be reflected. And I think that's the same response to this issue as well. Okay, sorry, I just wrong person. Okay, so thank you everybody for that. And now we're going to move into the second part of our workshop discussion on the other items in the budget. And I'll turn this back over to Corey.
Thank you. Let me move. Okay, so we'll continue the discussion, and now we're going to be focusing on the general fund, and then we'll move into department overviews. So this is very, very high level here, but the fiscal 23 general fund revenues and expenditures are estimated at about 65 million for fiscal 23, and that's balanced by the sales tax from Measure U. Measure U funds do provide the resources to the general fund, with any remaining funding held in a separate fund for future appropriations. The revised unassigned fund balance, as shown here, is expected to be utilized during fiscal 22, resulting in zero working capital fund balance at the end of fiscal 23. Not shown here, but critical in the event of an emergency, is $8.5 million that we have in designated reserves that's available in the event of a natural disaster, a pandemic, in a downturn in the economy. It's currently at about 15% of general fund operating expenditures, which that was set by council policy, and we will maintain it at that level. So we'll start with a more in-depth discussion about the general fund revenues. We have revenues of about 65 million budgeted for 23. That's about a $2.8 million increase, or 4.6% over the 22 revenues. And the majority of this increase you can see is from the Measure U sales tax coming in to bolster existing programs, as well as fund workforce stabilization and backfill that general fund deficit. The other increases up just slightly incorporate recovery and growth in the coming year. So we'll start at the top. Property taxes, which represent about 19% of the general fund revenues, include about a 3% overall increase. That's based on information from the Sonoma County assessor, as well as truing up of the residual payment and increases that we account for due to growth in current development projects. Sales tax represents about 23% of the overall general fund revenues, projecting a total increase of about 3%. This does incorporate the most recent sales tax forecast provided by the city's sales tax consultant and includes ongoing recovery into fiscal 23. Our sales tax revenues are nearing pre-pandemic levels. They're about a couple $100,000 lower than what we had estimated for fiscal 23 pre-pandemic. This does account for moderate growth and ongoing recovery in most sectors, with the strongest growth in transportation, food products, and general retail. Other categories, such as tax generated by online sales, is also showing increases, and that's driven by both the recovery that's occurring and also the share of the countywide pool, which is directly connected to how well our brick and mortar stores are doing in Petaluma. The nature of the economy, specifically the high inflation, is a concern, and therefore we are remaining a bit conservative with the forecasting of sales tax. So we'll continue to monitor the activity as we progress through the year and return to council if we feel an adjustment is necessary. Business license revenues will remain flat with no growth anticipated at this time. We are expecting the recovery to continue, but we're keeping those revenues flat. Property transfer tax category has shown very strong growth over the past year, and it is expected to stay that way into 23. An increase of about 35,000 or 3% is included. This increase is reflective of a strong housing market, albeit at a slightly lower level than fiscal 21 and 22. Franchise fees estimated to be up slightly compared to 22. This represents franchise fees for utilities, cable, and garbage, as well as construction. Permits and fees are up about 175,000, and that is due to increased activity expected coming out of the pandemic, and aligns with our current trends that we're seeing. This includes fees collected from recreation and parks, and associated increased enrollment that we're expecting in fiscal 23. Fines and penalties are down by about 150 to align with historical trends and what's expected in fiscal 23. Investment earnings and rent are expected to remain virtually flat due to the low interest rates. Our intergovernmental revenues are revenues that are coming in from other government agencies and are largely made up of the motor vehicle in lieu revenue. And then charges for services represent funding coming in from intergovernmental fees, as well as our ambulance fees that we charge for transportation to the hospital. Those are up, reflective of increased charges to fund support departments and internal service funds, and a slight increase in ambulance fees. TOT transfers are down by about 148,000. That is due to non-recurring transfers for a capital program. And then other transfers, that includes funds coming in for costs related to the computer-aided dispatch and Prince Park maintenance. Funding in this category is down by about 597,000, and that's the result of less one-time transfers coming in related to ARPA funds that are non-recurring. And then the Measure U funds are revenues coming into the general fund from the Measure U fund. Measure U revenues are tracked in their own individual fund, and funds are transferred to where the costs reside. Measure U has 4 different investment themed categories that we'll talk about more. But those funds come into the general fund to support workforce stabilization as well as the deficit that's been discussed. And then finally, transfers from designated reserves represent funding coming in to fund projects where fees were set aside. So we are seeing a decrease there due to less funding coming in for general planned and turf replacement in the coming year. So again, overall revenues are up about 2.8 million or 4.6% over 22 revised budget. So this is a chart of the general fund revenues by type. Taxes generate most of the revenues at about 50%. And if you add Measure U to that, that's another 16%, so a total of 66%. Sales tax makes up about 39% of the overall general fund revenues. So we have seen recovery occurring, like I mentioned. Revenues are reaching those pre-pandemic levels, and we are expecting the same pattern heading into fiscal 23. Charges for services are about 13%, intergovernmental revenue up about 11% of revenues, and other smaller miscellaneous categories making up the remainder. Another chart focuses specifically on the tax revenue sector of the prior chart, which makes up about 32.7 million of the general fund revenues. Sales tax is the largest revenue category, representing about 45% of the total tax revenue. Property tax, second largest revenue category at about 38%, and then some smaller categories, property transfer tax, business license, franchise fees, and the remaining portion of tax revenues. So now we're going to switch over and discuss the expenditure side of the general fund. General fund expenditures are at 65.1 million. That's an overall increase of about 2.1 or 3.4%. The majority of the general fund budget, 80%, supports staffing costs, which are necessary to deliver the services to the community. We have an increase in salaries that reflect routine step advancements, negotiated cost of living adjustments, which is all slightly offset by the removal of one-time payments in fiscal 23 associated with ARPA and increased police grants expected, which offset costs. Benefits reflect PERS rate increases and includes a multi-year increase related to the discount rate change initiated 5 years ago. Also contributing to this increase is increased workers' compensation costs and other benefit costs, such as health insurance and employee benefit selection. Services and supplies reflect all supplies and professional contracted services that support the services provided by the general fund departments. It's down about 80,000 or 1%, and primarily reflects the elimination of one-time costs for fairgrounds outreach, the process which is expected to be completed this year, and also includes, this category also includes a budget for climate diversity, equity, and inclusion, as well as ongoing costs for communications, employee recruitment, and education and training. And ongoing funding is included for urban canopy maintenance, as well as organic weed abatement and parks maintenance. Intergovernmental charges are charges that support the cost of internal service functions such as IT and risk management. This category is up due to the reinstatement of risk management charges in fiscal 23. So you might recall back in fiscal 21, as part of the budget balancing strategy, the charges out for the risk management fund were eliminated, and we're slowly bringing those back. So last year we brought them back by 25%, this year another 25%. So they'll increase one additional year to reach the full 100% charges out to fund that service. It's critical that that fund has the resources necessary to cover costs. Capital costs are down and represent the elimination of a one-time cost for police department radios and equipment, which is not expected to reoccur in fiscal year 23. Included in fiscal 23 is funding for the fire department to add equipment into a new fire truck, and operating supplies such as hoses that are not reliable, and funds for replacement of the pool boiler at the Petaluma Swim Center. Transfers out include funds for the costs associated with managing the storm drain operations, as well as transfers to CIP for both general plan and artificial turf replacement. Also included is the ongoing transfer of $300,000 to the vehicle replacement fund for vehicle purchases. So again, overall, 3.4% increase over the 21-22 revised budget. So this is the same expenditure information, but presented by department and shows the total change. Transfers are down. Transfers are down by about 200,000. That category includes the stormwater operations transfer, as well as general plan and turf replacement, and funded by designated reserves. The total transfers have a slight decrease due to less transfers to fund those two projects expected in fiscal 23. And I typically go through each department here, but the majority of these increases are similar in most departments. It's related to negotiated increases for salary and benefit, PERS increases, as well as employee benefit selection for health insurance. I will note that the police department has a reduction, and that is representative of a one-time budget for capital that was removed, that was included in 22 and removed in 23 because it was one time. So you're seeing a decline there. So again, overall expenditures up by about 2.1 million or 3.4%. Another way of looking at general fund expenditures, salaries and benefits combined make up about 52 million, or roughly 80% of the overall general fund budget. Services and supplies are about 7 million. Utilities represent about 1.2 million. Our capital is at 219,000. Transfers out are at 1.7 million, and intergovernmental are at about 2.8 million. And here's the final expenditure chart by function. Public safety, when combined, is about 69% of total expenditure budget. General support, which is city manager, city clerk, city attorney, that's about 11%. Public works is around 3%. Finance is around 4%. And parks and rec, 8%. And the remaining transfers and planning represent about 5%. So we do have a balanced budget. This past year has been challenging just due to the ongoing pandemic and initiating Measure U and ARPA. We remain grateful to the community for the passage of Measure U. We remain focused on the categories within the Measure U community priorities, including investing in staff who perform the daily essential services. We've begun investing in our infrastructure and will continue to do so in fiscal 23 and beyond. And we've been afforded the opportunity of investing in other priority initiatives. All of the Measure U investments have been included in this year's budget. We were able to reinstate the charges for risk management that fund the critical function and need adequate annual resources to do so. Our beginning capital fund balance for the end of the current fiscal year is estimated at 0. Our budget is balanced, therefore revenues are equal to expenditures at 65 million, each resulting in an ending working capital balance of 0. So again, this doesn't include our emergency reserves of 8.5 million, which are available in the event of an emergency, and they are currently at about 15% and will be maintained at that level. So the general fund forecast, we update the forecast at least twice per year. The revenue assumptions that are included, given the uncertainty of the economy currently, we are remaining a bit conservative in the forecast, as we are in the general fund revenue budgets for fiscal 23. But our property tax revenues are expected to increase by about 3% in 23. And over the duration of the forecast will be increasing by about 2%. Sales tax revenues are recovering, and we are expecting that growth to continue. We've built in 3% in 23, and we're expecting continued growth into the out years of the forecast. We are continuing to monitor that. So if the trend is something different than our expectations, we will be back to council to adjust the revenues. And then our other revenues are growing by a CPI factor of about 2 to 3%. On the expenditure side, we have included core staffing, our classification and compensation, as well as cost of living adjustments. We are incorporating a health insurance increase of about 8% annually. That's based on historical trends. For workers' comp, we continue to see increases in that category. We have made progress, but our costs are high, and so therefore we have to ensure that the fund has enough resources to cover those costs. Our retirement costs are included. However, the actuarial evaluation changes every year. We have incorporated the discount rate change that was initiated 4 or 5 years ago, so that's now fully incorporated, and we are seeing those higher costs. We have incorporated in the out years the lowering of the discount rate from 7 to 6.8%. That was just recently announced by PERS, but we've also incorporated the high investment returns that were earned in fiscal 21. So all of that combined has actually resulted in a lowering of costs in the out years of the forecast. So we do update that every year when we receive the updated valuation report. We have budgeted for comp time payouts, as well as separation expenses for employees who have leave balances upon separation that are paid out, and that's budgeted at $500,000 annually. Our vehicle replacement budget is at $300,000 towards vehicle replacement, and our stormwater transfers of $592,000 are also included to fund operating costs as well as loan repayment and settlement costs. And we remove one-time costs removed in the out years of the forecast. So what's the bottom line? The unassigned fund balance at June 30, 2022 is projected to be 0 and remains at this level for the duration of the forecast. The proposed 23 general fund budget includes Measure U funding and expenditures, which has resulted in a balanced budget. You might recall that prior to Measure U, the average annual deficit was estimated at about $6 million per year, with a projected ending unassigned fund balance of negative $32.5 million. So although this shows zeros, it is a massive improvement, and I am certainly happy to see zeros across the board. So we will continue to depend on this long-term forecasting tool, which has over the past decade really assisted with proactively addressing any budget shortfalls ahead of any crisis. And again, Measure U is maintained in a separate fund. So as we analyze the general fund every year and adjust both revenues and expenditures, any difference that is either needed or not needed will remain in the Measure U fund for future appropriation. So some of the risks in the long-term forecast, the economy remains challenged, as I mentioned. We have very high inflation, ongoing COVID, supply chain challenges, and world events that are all really concerning. So we continue to be a bit conservative in the budget. Our retirement costs are included in the out years of the forecast, but these costs change and they change annually. So that is a risk. Costs could go up. In addition to the rising retirement costs, the PERS investment earnings also could fall short of the target. So that could also pose a risk for the long-term forecast. We also have opportunities. We're always looking at revenue sources. How do we leverage Measure U? What other grant sources are out there? It's something that we do on a routine basis. So we'll continue to do that. Recovery is occurring and it could be stronger than what's expected. Again, we'll continue to monitor that. Pending development from new projects is something that we continually look at as well. Economic growth and potential funding opportunities from other countywide tax measures is something that we monitor as well. And the federal infrastructure stimulus is something that we have as an opportunity, and hopefully that will come to reality sometime soon. So the bottom line, we have been able to deliver a budget that is balanced thanks to Measure U. The available resources provided by Measure U allow us to bolster our existing services and allow us to meet the increased demand requested of the community. We have $8.5 million in reserves, which is available for emergencies. And we'll continue to look at revenue generating opportunities. So that is the end of the general fund overview, and I will go into, we start with the department budget overviews now, and I'll start with a review of the Measure U fund. So we are continuing with the implementation of the Measure U investment. We've taken the community feedback and created the investment themes that you see here that are continually being discussed. The implementation of Measure U is ongoing and focused in these categories. Measure U funds are critical to the continuity of existing services. These funds serve to bolster existing services and allow us to meet the growing demand. You might recall to Measure U, as I mentioned, the forecast was estimated to be about a $6.5 million deficit annually for the general fund, which would have required significant cutbacks to services to balance the budget, if not for Measure U. Workforce stabilization is being implemented. Many positions have already been successfully recruited for and filled, which is instrumental in us allowing to move forward with the various priorities and initiatives. Infrastructure investments are ongoing. As can be seen all over town, there are many projects ongoing and many more planned for the upcoming year and beyond. Priority initiatives, we have been able to program significantly more in the priority initiatives for fiscal 23 due to revenues coming in higher for Measure U. These initiatives focus on addressing climate, housing, homelessness, diversity and equity, all of which continue to be addressed and implemented. So we have had 2 meetings with the Measure U committee. The first meeting was to review fiscal 22 projects and budget and year-end results. And then we recently had in March our second meeting with the committee to go over the fiscal 23 proposed budget. So the Measure U revenues estimated for fiscal 23 are about 13.6 million. With the excess balance that's carrying over from fiscal 22 of approximately 2 million, the total resources that are available in 23 are about 15.7 million. Our general fund deficit is right about 6.5 million for existing operations and services. Our workforce stabilization is about 3.9 million. That includes the cost of living adjustments, the classification and compensation, as well as the new positions that were added. Infrastructure for roads and public safety and include debt service, existing debt service on the $20 million bond issue at about $1 million per year for the life of the bond. Priority initiatives, they allow us to invest quite a bit more in this upcoming year due to that higher ending fund balance. We are investing approximately 1.5 million, and that incorporates funding for the fire suppression system at the Petaluma Library, funding for the SAFE team, additional funding for climate outreach, ongoing funding for electric vehicle chargers, and the transition to the cleaner energy program, the Evergreen program. We are funding $250,000 for technology upgrades, and lastly, $154,000 for the baseball field project to allow construction to occur in that phase 1 to be completed. So now I will hand it over to Brian Cochran, the Assistant City Manager, to go over the departments.
Okay, thank you, Corey. So I'm going to try to blaze through the first 6 departments myself. These are our internal service or administrative departments, and then we'll hand it off to some of the department heads to talk through the larger operating departments. You'll notice the slide format is quite similar for each department. We have an org chart, we have a list of some accomplishments and goals, and then we have a pie chart that kind of breaks the budget down into the various program categories. So that'll be consistent for each of the departments. I'll start with the city manager's office. You can see the org chart here. Notably, there are two key new positions attributable to the Measure U workforce stabilization, both the senior management analyst, citywide analyst, and the climate action manager. So those are new in the current year, and they are filled and operational. So we're excited to have those folks on board. Next slide. Couple of the accomplishments. Been working on Measure U implementation, as Corey's alluded to a few times. We had the district elections transition, worked to get our SAFE team up and running, and doing a lot of work on our unsheltered population. And then for the 23 goals, we will continue working on many of those top 10 goals that you all looked at last week, such as our climate action initiatives, working on the general plan process, the fairgrounds, outreach and engagement process, et cetera, and just making sure that all of our goals, all of the council's goals are moving forward. Next slide. So this pie chart just breaks up the various activities of the city manager's office, not attributable to specific staff or anything like that, but just an overall look at the different functions within our office. So we're managing projects, working closely with our communications team on engagement and outreach, heavy focus on climate action, and then just providing general departmental oversight and coordination, as well as coordinating the council agenda planning process. We do have some additions in this department to focus on our diversity, equity, and inclusion efforts, as well as the climate outreach in the upcoming year. Moving on to city attorney, one of our smallest and mightiest departments with 4.5 FTEs. That's 3.5 attorneys, as well as a legal assistant. The addition in the current year for the city attorney's office was a half-time attorney that we are still recruiting for. That position is unfilled, I believe, at this point, but we're working on that recruitment as we speak. So the accomplishments, lots happening in the attorney's office. Obviously, the district elections process just concluded. We had the tobacco retail license ordinance, working on zoning ordinance updates, healthy democracy process, et cetera. And then moving into the goals, cannabis regulations, again, on the top 10 goals for the next few years. Eric and his office supported the police oversight and the ad hoc committee process, working on the general plan, the tree ordinance, and the Just Cause and Ellis Act ordinances that were all part of that council goal setting process. And then finally, not a terribly interesting pie chart here, sorry, Eric, but just have the $1.3 million city attorney's office budget. And we did add the $140,000 for additional outside legal support for various initiatives in the upcoming year. City clerk's office, 3 FTEs. As the council may be aware, we had a couple of, Kendall was on family leave, and we also had our deputy city clerk leave us back in January. So we have had some vacancies here, but they've been trucking mightily along and providing service to the community. And we do have the addition from Measure U of the limited term records coordinator. We are recruiting for that position, and we're also recruiting to refill the deputy city clerk. So we're hopeful we'll have additional resources coming the city clerk's way here in the upcoming year. Accomplishments in the current year, city clerk's office will be working on the district elections transition, and there's definitely a heavy focus on software and efficiency upgrades with the board management software for committees, commissions, and boards. And then moving into next year, we'll be looking at public records request software as well as agenda management software. So we're really excited about those new programs coming online to help us do our work more efficiently. And then again, the pie chart for the city clerk's a $700,000 budget, kind of split between the elections side of the house as well as the operations side of the house. And we do have some additional budget this year, about $52,000, to help us implement some of those software tools that I mentioned a moment ago. Economic development and open government. We have several divisions here within this department, including information technology, as well as business systems and data. Our communications program is housed under our economic development and open government department. I should just abbreviate that as EDOG. It's a little easier to say. And then, of course, our economic development division itself. So that's the overall picture for the economic development and open government department. And we did have the critical addition of the communications manager. So we have hired that individual, they're on board and helping to really ramp up our communications program with the city. So accomplishments, a lot of work going on during the pandemic in this department with the free range program, with our IT department, getting all of our staff up and able to work remotely, putting in a lot of improvements to help our community access city services remotely if they need to do that, as well as, excuse me, as well as things like upgrading this room that we're sitting in to enable the access to hybrid meetings. So a lot of work going on there. And then continuing into fiscal 23 with the assistance on the fairgrounds process, working on our economic development element of the general plan, expanding our Latinx outreach and engagement program, as well as translation services, and continual emphasis on implementing new software to assist our community to access city services and allow city staff to be more efficient. So EDOG here has a couple of pie charts. One is kind of their general fund economic development component, including communications, our economic development division itself, as well as some other miscellaneous funds there, like supporting our business improvement district, et cetera. We did have some one-time costs that were being removed from this department that were one-time in nature last year, not recurring this year. So there is that decline of almost $200,000 in this budget. We'll move on to the next slide, which is actually the information technology fund. This is an internal service fund, so we budget for all of the IT functions separately and then distribute them out to the departments. So you can see a wide variety of programs here. From systems maintenance, both infrastructure as well as software and applications, implementing new software, network support, GIS support, our help desk, which is the biggest slice there. And again, similar theme to the last slide, we have had some one-time capital costs in our IT division that are not recurring. So you're seeing about a $400,000, excuse me, $360,000 decrease in this budget. So wanted to move on to human resources. So I've got human resources and then finance, and then I'll turn it over to Alex Greenwood to move on to community development. So human resources I'm sorry, I just got to catch up with my notes here. We did add a human resources specialist in the current year. So that is a new addition for Measure U workforce stabilization. And you can see we kind of have two divisions within human resources, both the general HR services as well as our risk management function. So those are the divisions here. And then moving on to the achievements and goals. Workforce stabilization has been absolutely critical in human resources. We've done over 60 recruitments in the last fiscal year. So that's a substantial workload for those folks. COVID-19 has introduced a number of new policies for HR that we've had to update or create and then continually update as things change through the pandemic. And there's a continual focus on classification and compensation. And then I think notably, we successfully negotiated new memoranda of understanding with all of our bargaining units this past year. So then coming into 23, we're looking at creating an employee recognition program, lots of citywide training going on, reviewing our insurance programs. And we started a wellness program a year or two ago, and we want to keep plowing forward with employee wellness. So then on the general fund portion of the human resources budget, split this out into a few categories like employee relations, recruitment, benefits management, classification and compensation and training. Slight increase over last year, mostly due to wanting to retain an outside firm to help us with all of those recruitments that are because of Measure U and that we have a significant volume of both in the current year as well as moving forward to next year. So then I think we have a couple of pie charts on the risk management fund. and the workers' compensation fund. So I just wanted to touch on those. And I know Corey mentioned them a few times as we're going from that rate holiday and ramping up to full rates for risk management. So we do have continually increasing insurance premiums. I think that'll continue to be a trend, but we are expecting in fiscal 23 to have lower claims. So that will kind of offset the increased insurance premiums. We're actually seeing a decrease overall in the expenditures in this fund for next year. So then workers' compensation, very little change here. We are working on getting our overall workers' compensation costs down. We've definitely bent the curve down in that regard over the last, say, 1 to 2 years. We do have more work to do. Our actuarial report does show that our costs are still a little elevated, and we're going to continue to work to keep those costs in check. So with that, we'll move on to finance, and our finance department provides all of the financial services for our city: payroll, accounts payable, accounting, financial reporting, budgeting, utility billing, you name it. They provide it. So move on to their achievements, which Corey and her team have been instrumental in implementing Measure U, as you've heard about a number of times this evening. We've got all of that ARPA money that we've been working to distribute and to implement. So that's been a project as well. And I don't know how many years in a row it's been, Corey, but we always like to win the Distinguished Budget Award as well as the Excellence in Financial Reporting Award. And we've also rolled out additional payment options for our customers, especially as we were in the pandemic and folks couldn't come into City Hall. Looking to 22, we're hoping to do a fee study this upcoming year, looking at initial research for our ERP, which is Enterprise Resource Planning, or our accounting and financial and HR software systems, updating our cost allocation plan, et cetera. So lots going on in the finance department this year. And then you'll see here their $2.6 million budget. A little bit of an increase for that fee study that I touched on, but overall, generally, not much to say here on the finance department's budget. So with that, I will go ahead and turn it over to Alex Greenwood, and I think I can still call him our new Director of Community Development. So take it away, Alex.
Thank you, Brian. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. I am Alex Greenwood, the incoming Director of Community Development. The Community Development Department oversees all development on private property, including residential, commercial, and industrial projects. We help implement your vision and the community's division for development and strive to make sure that new construction is high quality in design and construction. This is a newly reformed department that combines 3 units: planning, building, and housing, under one organization that previously existed in different parts of the city. Combining these units will improve staff efficiency, coordination, and customer service. During the past fiscal year, community development staff have achieved several notable successes, including progress on the general plan update, the climate action and adaptation plan, and several other important policy initiatives. The launching of InterGov, the online permitting and application system for the city, ongoing work with the Public Art Commission, and several innovative projects and programs to provide affordable housing for the community and serve the city's unsheltered population. These projects include the People's Village Project, Midpen Housing, and a partnership with Burbank Housing to develop 60 units of permanent supportive housing, to name just a few. Going forward, our department will be carrying out several exciting, complex projects for Petaluma, including, first and foremost, coming together as a new department, integrating planning, building, and housing, and making important improvements to permit center operations and facilities. Facilitating the review, approval, and construction of several new retail, commercial, industrial, and residential projects in downtown Petaluma and other parts of the city. Completion of the city's housing element. Continued work on the general plan update and climate action and adaptation plan. Development of the 3-year homeless services action plan. funding nonprofits to help provide fair housing, food security, homeless and youth services, exploring ways to facilitate building decarbonization, and several other initiatives. This is an exciting time to be serving the Petaluma community. And on behalf of my staff, we're very excited at the challenges ahead. Turning now to the planning division budget, this division totals $1,040,000 in total, a slight decrease from the last fiscal year, which covers our internal operations. And about 3/4 of this budget is offset by cost recovery and other project funds. Turning to the building division budget, this budget totals $2,420,000. It's an enterprise fund, and it includes funding for the 8.67 full-time equivalent of staff for the building division, the purchase of an electric vehicle to replace an older gasoline vehicle, and all other operating expenses for the building division. And with that, I'll hand it back to Brian for the housing division.
Okay, thanks, Alex. Yeah, we just wanted to highlight some of the housing funds and programs. I know this chart can be a little challenging to read just because of the nature of housing. There's so many different funding sources contributing to the various things that the city's working on. So I thought we would just break it down into kind of 3 categories. The first category is just administering the program. So that's staffing costs, supplies, any consultants that we need for various projects, et cetera. So that administration is what you'll see in the various funds that says administrative costs to housing. Then we have projects. So those would be things like you'll see the Meridian at Corona Station or Corona Crossing. The city has put a funding commitment toward that project. That's carrying over from the current year into next year at $2 million, sort of split between 2 different funding sources. So we're keeping that project on the books for now. We also have the Mid-Penn housing project, which we still have an additional $900,000 committed to that. So that also is a current and older project that is we're still maintaining that funding until it's actually spent on the project. So we have those projects that are sitting waiting to be funded that are on the books. And then finally, we have sort of nonprofit services, which is another component of the housing budget, whether it's community development block grant funds, which are funding Rebuilding Together and Petaluma People Services, or some of our housing in lieu funds, which is funding Petaluma People Services on their fair housing services that they provide to the city, as well as the Sonoma Housing Land Trust. So variety of nonprofits that are funded within the housing budget as well. And then you'll see it's again a little small, but on the right, we also have notated in the community development block grant funding. The city did receive some grants for some specific emergency preparedness projects like seismic retrofit analysis, emergency backup, power generation study, et cetera. Those were funded through a community development block granting funding source. And so those are also listed here on this chart. And then finally, I would just note that several of the key nonprofits that we think about within our housing division, namely providing homeless services like COTS and Downtown Streets team, those are actually even proposed in the upcoming year to be funded out of transient occupancy tax. So you're actually not seeing them directly in the housing budget because they're out of a different source. And so with that, I think our fire chief, Jeff Schock, is up next.
Yes, good evening, community, Madam Mayor, Council, and fellow city staff. My name is Jeff Schock, and I'm your fire chief. The fire department's operations and prevention divisions work together to support community risk reduction and emergency response mitigations to protect lives, property, and the environment. Although Petaluma's footprint has not grown recently, infill over the past 2 decades has increased the community's demand on emergency responses and community risk reduction efforts. In this year's fire department organizational chart, it's on the screen there, you'll see 2 exciting new positions for us. David Catalanato, the fire department's first ever management analyst, started with us almost 4 months ago, and he's been essential to the department's mission, specifically in administrative support, grant writing, and coordination of critical projects. You'll also see an emergency manager as an addition to our org chart this year. This position has a citywide role preparing and coordinating vital emergency management, preparedness, operations, response, mitigations, and recovery, as well as assisting our community with their own personal disaster preparedness and wildfire risk reduction efforts. They will be the city liaison to our schools, community groups, nonprofits, and other important stakeholders in everything related to emergency management. We also have a position that was funded last year, an assistant fire marshal that we are currently trying to fill. Next slide, please. As mentioned earlier by Assistant City Manager Brian Cochran, this current fiscal year, the police and fire departments both commissioned the Center for Public Safety Management to conduct separate comprehensive analysis of each department. Petaluma's fire department staffing, facilities, organizational structure, equipment, policies, and protocols are currently being evaluated and compared against national standards and best practices. When complete, a detailed report of recommendations and potential implementation strategies will be provided for the City Council and city leadership to consider. Part of this evaluation will help determine the most ideal number of fire facilities and locations needed to adequately meet response time standards and the community needs when it comes to fire department emergency response. It is estimated this analysis will be complete in early to midsummer. This comprehensive analysis is a crucial first step towards the new fire headquarters. This upcoming fiscal year, we plan to complete a comprehensive facilities assessment and strategic plan to best leverage Measure U funds to replace fire headquarters and ensure all public safety facilities meet current seismic regulations, support a modern and diverse workforce, and will meet the needs of the citizens and visitors of Petaluma for many more years to come. Next slide, please. Showing the majority of our expenses in the fire department, which is, as you can see, the majority is for emergency readiness and response. Thank you very much.
Good evening, Drew Halter, Director of Parks and Recreation. My pleasure to go over our department's operating budget. Parks and Recreation's core responsibilities include maintaining public parks, facilities, and provide for programs, activities, classes, and special events that foster a sense of community and provide for overall health and well-being. These core services include managing operations at the community center, the Kenilworth Recreation Center, Senior Center, as well as oversight and maintenance of the Petaluma Historical Museum and Library, the Swim Center, and Kavanaugh Pool. We're also fortunate in Petaluma to have 47 developed parks serving our community, which includes 27 playgrounds, miles of pedestrian and bike paths, dozens of ball fields, and over 450 acres of parkland. In 2021 and 22 annual budget, the Parks and Facilities Maintenance Divisions were reconsolidated with Recreation Services, reestablishing a unified Parks and Rec department, better streamlined services, and improved short and long-range planning. This year's budget reflects those changes in the organizational structure you'll see on this slide. Next slide, please. Over the past 2 years, we've experienced unprecedented userships in parks and public spaces as members of our community reconnected with their outdoor spaces, sought refuge to unwind and unplug, and maybe even picked up another hobby or two. Navigating through the challenges brought on by the pandemic, by adapting in-person programming and special events, pivoting with each new health order in real time, and inventing virtual offerings to keep our community connected is an overarching highlight that your Parks and Recreation staff are very proud of. Other highlights this past year include implementing a balanced Measure M program of investment that I touched on a bit earlier tonight, as well as includes the completion of 7 refurbished tennis and 4 dedicated pickleball courts, reconstructed park pathways completed at Prince and Fox Hollow, as well as construction underway currently at Westridge, playground replacements at Bond Park, sport court repairs at several parks, smart irrigation meter upgrades throughout several parks, and increased investments in mulching and tree care services. Lastly, I want to highlight staff's work in coordination with Relief Petaluma to secure funding for an urban tree canopy mapping initiative, as well as complete the largest native tree planting event at Wiseman this past April in recent memory, and want to acknowledge the council's role in supporting that event. A brief overview of goals for the upcoming year include adopting and implementing the city's integrated pest management plan, coordination to move the Petaluma community's baseball field into construction, and engaging stakeholders to help inform a redesign of the current skate park. Complete a department greenhouse gas emissions inventory, engage our community in holistic redesign for Kenilworth Park, and continue coordination with Petaluma Relief to implement that tree canopy mapping project I spoke to earlier. Next slide, please. And lastly, you'll see here a breakdown of how recreation services, facilities, and park maintenance funding is allocated, with the overall budget of $5.25 million being recommended for the upcoming fiscal year 22-23 year, roughly a 3% increase from last year, as Corey had mentioned in her overview. So with that, we can head on to the next speaker, which I believe is Ken Sabano, Chief of Police.
Is Officer Clint Barber, who just completed the field training program. He's our newest officer to hit the street. He was one of 9 currently in training, which is exciting as they come out of training with some of the services I'm about to explain to you. So thank you for that opportunity to introduce him and to talk about the fiscal year proposed budget for your full service police department, providing those essential services. Next slide. Thank you. So we're going to talk about some of our accomplishments in fiscal year 22. And obviously, we were part of the citywide team that developed and implemented the 24/7 SAFE program, which we're extremely proud of and has enhanced our service to the community greatly in terms of public safety. We've also developed a 3-year strategic plan covering 2022 to 2024, which includes, as Fire Chief Schock indicated, a comprehensive workload and analysis of our department through the Centers for Public Safety Management. I know that Chief Schock and I are excited to share that report with the council when they're completed for both of our departments. In addition to that CPSM study, the Public Safety Facilities Assessment is obviously an important part of our strategic plan as well. As we look to 23 for our goals, obviously we want to continue to implement that 3-year strategic plan with that organizational assessment and the recommendations from that, as well as complete that public facility needs assessment. We want to continue with our 4 priorities, obviously reducing crime. We've heard a lot about safety on our roadways, so increasing traffic safety is our priority, improving the quality of life for everyone in our community, and community engagement. Due to our recruitment efforts, I'm happy to say that we're able to finally staff the Measure U Community Impact Response Team with the officers that have been funded by Measure U, along with our new detective position in this fiscal year. Next slide, please. So you'll see here in the proposed Police Department General Fund budget of $24.7 million, that does represent a slight reduction over fiscal year 22. It maintains our number of FTE positions at 102.6. And it includes several services, including, as Finance Director Corey Garbarello mentioned, the Sonoma County Public Safety Consortium for about $500,000, as well as just over $1 million for intergovernment IT services as well. This budget maintains a total of 6 positions under Measure U. The 3 officers that will help staff the Community Impact Response Team, 1 detective, the training coordinator, Shanley Mansour, who's been with us now for several months and developing not only our training plan, but also succession planning and ensuring that your officers have the highest level of training to serve this community. This budget also restores funding for a civilian manager that was previously authorized but has remained unfunded due to a lack of revenue. So we're excited to bring that service and that position back. In terms of meeting our climate action goals, we're proud to tell you that we're adding 10 hybrid vehicles to our patrol fleet, and that we will be replacing full fossil fuel vehicles with those, and that we're adding all electric vehicles to our fleet for administration as well as community service officers. Lastly, on the last slide, we wanted to provide just a breakdown on the funding for grants that come in through the department. You've heard that referenced in several presentations tonight. So in addition to the operations grant funds shown on this slide, we wanted to break down the SAFE funding and show you that in fiscal year 23, we carried over about $400,000. And then in fiscal year 23 from Measure U, we hope to invest $250,000. And then in fiscal year 23, we're expecting about $350,000 to offset the cost of providing the services by SAFE. And then I wanted to give you a breakdown of the SAFE funding for the next 2 years. We project that that service will cost about $2 million for the next 2 years. About 36% of that funding comes from Measure U. 64% of it comes from grant funding, and I'll break that grant funding down for you so you can see how staff has leveraged these grant funds. Measure U, about $750,000 total. Crisis Care Mobile Unit, CCMU grant through the county. Agencies are participating in that together collectively for a total of $634,000. And then a community-oriented policing grant for $250,000 and a Measure O contribution from the county sales tax measure for mental health, $428,000. And with that, I just want to comment and say thank you to the team, not only my staff, but the city department leadership and specifically finance. Chief Schock and I recognize a large portion of this budget goes to public safety, and we could not deliver those services to you without the teamwork of our city leaders. So thank you very much for the cooperation of not only you behind the dais, but also our leaders throughout the city department. So with that, I'm completed with my presentation. Thank you. I think we're going to Public Works to Director Christopher Bolt.
Thank you, Chief Savano. Our Public Works and Utilities Department is charged with the care, development, and construction of much of the city's infrastructure as we work together to make Petaluma a beautiful, sustainable, vibrant, safe, and livable city. We are a full-service Public Works and Utilities Department, which is unique. We're not too small and not too large to have a lot of subdivision, so it's all encapsulated within Public Works and Utilities when it comes to infrastructure. As with all other city departments you've heard about this evening, we are lean and efficient and effective, and we make the most of our limited resources. We have 121.5 full-time equivalent positions that are spread over the 6 divisions shown here in this organizational chart. Our administration team, the airport, marine, and turning basin team, the transit division, our engineering CIP and development engineering division, our operations division, which is our largest with 55 employees, and then environmental services, which includes Ellis Creek operations and maintenance and so forth. Next slide, please. Just a few of our recent accomplishments are highlighted on this slide. There are many more, but just to highlight as we round out fiscal year 22, I want to call your attention to the second to last bullet in the top arrow there. We are moving swiftly with design completion of many projects as part of our initiative to make projects shovel ready. And this is teeing them up for grant funding opportunities at this particular time. It's just breeding more and more work as we basically go through a renaissance in our community. Key goal highlights for fiscal year 22 in the green arrow. Safe, complete, and improved streets is a top priority. And as you remember from earlier tonight, a goal of 1/3 of our streets to be improved by the end of this fiscal year, 23. Water conservation efforts continue to be paramount with, as you've heard about this evening, the AMI, the metering upgrades to help encourage and the smart metering will help alert residents to their water usage before it gets too high. Water service replacements are important, as we've discussed. Outreach in the community for water conservation and also water recycling is more important than ever, which leads us to the next goal of really focusing on water recycling. The Ellis Treatment and Recycled Water Facility is so important to our efforts to conserve water. It's very important for us to take care of it and improve its capacity through some of the capital work that we're doing there, such as the tertiary upgrades project, which will allow us to recycle even more water. We're doing the wastewater, and recycled water master planning in this coming year, and that is likely to take 2 years, but we're so happy to be moving forward with that to help inform us on future capital projects as time passes. The Trestle Improvements Project is vitally important to our community, as we know, so we're teeing that up to make it shovel ready for funding opportunities so we can make that a reality. Floodplain modeling and sea level rise are critically important, and we're reinventing transit. Microtransit implementation is a high priority for us, and we're continuing efforts to deploy a shuttle to and from the downtown area as we seek to make our community more sustainable and safer. The sixth bullet point, I just want to highlight that one of the things we've talked about recently is that we are continuing efforts with workforce stabilization and sustainability. And our HR team and an outside recruiting firm has been helping us to fill a 40% vacancy rate in our engineering and CIP team. So we're delighted to actually be going through about 2 months worth of interviews, and hopefully we'll bring that to closure as we enter the next fiscal year with a fully rounded out team. Thank you very much, and I'll turn it over to Corey for a discussion on the next few slides.
Thank you, Christopher. So I'll run through the enterprise funds and then that will conclude the presentation this evening. So the airport fund accounts for the daily operation and maintenance, including capital improvements, and has a fiscal 23 budget of 3.5 million. This includes staffing of 3. It does include 1 new position added through workforce stabilization, which assisted with the workload issues at the airport. Also includes capital investment, mostly for deferred maintenance projects. A new budgeted item in fiscal 23 is $153,000 for trimming trees, a feasibility study for hangars and organic pesticides. The Marina Fund accounts for daily operation and maintenance of the marina, which includes part-time staffing only. The marina does collect fees that partially offset the cost of operating the marina. The budget for fiscal 23 for the marina is $342,000. Transit Fund accounts for the city's transit services. The proposed budget of 6.2 million includes staffing and contracted services, as well as capital improvements and equipment upgrades. The fiscal 23 budget includes purchase of electric buses and transfers to CIP, largely for efforts to upgrade the transit facility to accommodate the electric fleet. The wastewater utility enterprise fund accounts for collection and treatment of wastewater. A budget of 50.3 million is proposed for fiscal 23. A large portion of that is for capital projects, but this does account for staffing of approximately 41 employees and has a services and supplies budget of roughly 7.2 million that funds lab testing, annual inspections, chemicals, biosolids hauling, SCADA repairs and maintenance, and other operating services. Also included are utilities costs of 2.7 million to operate the Ellis Creek facility. Capital to replace a truck and a camera van of 548,000, as well as debt service of 8.6 million. And finally, our water utility enterprise fund accounts for delivery and management of water resources and water conservation. A budget of 41.8 million is proposed for fiscal 23. This accounts for maintaining operations, which does include staffing of approximately 32 employees, services and supplies, and debt service. It also incorporates Sonoma County Water Agency delivery fees of approximately 8.5 million. Repairs and maintenance and other operating costs. So that sums up the presentation for this evening. I just would quickly like to acknowledge those that participate in the annual budget process. This year has been challenging as the past year was as well. So I really appreciate everyone's dedication to the process. I'd like to recognize those in the finance department that play a critical role of pulling the budget document together. Isabel Kraft, who's sitting right beside me, plays a significant role in prepping the budget document, as well as Janine Tedrow and Sue Simmons, and all of the finance staff and all other department directors and representatives. Thank you for your teamwork and dedication. I really appreciate it.
Thank you very much. And I know you heard most of the council members already. Thank you. But really, those of us who've been around for a while, and even those of us who've only been around for a few years, really can see the rise in quality of this budget document. And it is much more accessible. And it's also finishing well too, with, as you pointed out on slide 57, which that I might get that framed. So
Thank you.
that is, that's just great. So thank you very much
Thank you.
for this presentation. And now I'll see if there's any questions from the council members. Start with Council Member Fisher.
Well, I'll just start by echoing your comments. This is my fourth budget. The first one was pretty overwhelming, and this one was really accessible. And the presentation as well. I don't think I have any questions, except for the fines and penalties. Why is that projected to go down 25%?
Fines and penalties represents parking fines and citations, and we've just seen a decline in parking fines and citations. And I'm not sure if Ken can speak to that, but it's really aligning with what our historical trends show.
That's what Fisher Mountain addressed that. I think we also saw the decline because of the pandemic, and just like we're seeing pre-pandemic sales and revenues start to come back, you're going to see that come back as well.
Okay, thank you.
Vice Mayor.
Yes. Thank you. I had a question of Brian. Brian, you mentioned that workers' comp payments are either currently and or in the future expected to go down. I'm wondering if you could give a reason why, or from our consultant or from yourself or anyone else.
Yeah, so the expenditure budget itself next year is relatively flat. I think it's only up 1% or 2%. I was speaking more to the longer term trends. So say pre-2019 and earlier, we were seeing our costs really go up with claims that were languishing for a very long time. I think we have a newer risk manager who's been here about 18 months or so, and we have been really re-engaging with our third-party administrator and the folks that help us manage the claims to get folks back to work. We're emphasizing our wellness programs at the city. So we're kind of coming at it from multiple angles to get those costs down. And like I said, we are seeing the trend going in the right direction, but we still have more work to do.
Thanks. One more question. In terms of the marina, I was just wondering, and I might have missed this, but how many, I know that some of the berths are unusable. I wonder about how many that is. Is it half or a third?
I'm wondering if our Assistant Director, Gina Petnick, can answer that question, or if Dan Cohen is here.
Can you repeat the question for me, please?
I'm wondering what percentage or how many berths at the marina are unusable currently, in need of dredging.
Oh, my guess would be maybe in the order of magnitude of 30 to 40%. And I'm not sure if Dan is on, but I think that gets you pretty close.
Thanks.
Yeah, it's low.
And while we have you, Gina, could you, the dredging of the marina in the budget, it says that is something that is not happening this coming year, but it is potentially happening as we go forward, and perhaps with the use of TOT funds?
I won't speak to the TOT funds. I would ask Corey to chime in on that. What I can tell you from my perspective is that we are shovel ready with permits in hand, and those permits are good through 2024. There's 5 environmental permits that we received, other agency permits. The first of those is with California Department of Fish and Wildlife, and that will expire in 2024. Our goal is to get this done before that one expires. Of course, any of these can be re-upped, but we prefer not to have to do that. And so our goal is to find that funding, and we are aggressively working. Public Works staff is working to find grant funding to help with that, and I know that Corey may have some additional internal funding opportunities as well to share. I think we're going to need to have to leverage one against the other.
Thank you. Council, Corey, did you want to add anything?
Sure, I can just say that there is a possibility that we will be able to or could put forth around 400,000 a year towards that effort, beginning in fiscal 24-25. We currently have an interfund loan that's being funded out of TOT that will be paid off at that point. So then we can shift those funds to whatever other purpose council decides.
Thank you. Thank you. I'll say, okay, so Councilmember Healy and followed by Councilmember Barnacle.
Thank you. So I will echo other council members' comments about the quality of the document, and certainly the format is easy to read for something as thick as the Manhattan phone book. But the substance is much nicer than what I'm used to seeing in previous years as well. The first city manager I worked for had a mantra he repeated every year at budget time, and that was doing less with less. And Measure U has been transformative. It really has been. There's no way of saying anything less about it. I just had a couple of questions. Corey, could you go back to your very first slide?
Wow. For the second half?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Next one after that, I think. Yeah. So I had a question. I'm looking at the property tax line, proposed 12.4 million, and then Measure U transfer of 10.7 million. I'm sorry, sales tax, I'm sorry, of 14.7 and Measure U of 10.6 or 10.7 million. The sales tax is the 1% Bradley Burns statewide that we get. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Which is equivalent to the 1% Measure U. And so can you explain why those two numbers aren't closer together?
Sure. So Measure U funds are held in a separate fund and transferred out where the costs reside. So because Measure U is used for both the general fund deficit and workforce stabilization that is in the general fund, there's other things such as infrastructure, priority initiatives that are not in the general fund. Therefore, those funding sources are transferred elsewhere.
Okay,
and so that's why it's not.
So the total Measure U funds, irrespective of where they end up, is closer to the 14.7 million.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And then this is probably a related question, but TOT transfer of 2.1 million. And then I noticed that on page 76 of the budget, it indicates that TOT revenues are expected to be 3.8 million.
There's other items that are funded by TOT, such as the interfund loan that I just mentioned. So 4 or 5 years ago, we initiated an interfund loan with a payback from the TOT fund for the public safety vehicles that you might recall. So that was that cost is about 400,000 per year, in addition to other projects that are funded from TOT.
Okay, and this, go ahead.
That's it.
And again, 99% of what's in this budget I think is great and makes a lot of sense. The one place where I have heartburn, and it's some considerable heartburn, is the failure to put any money aside for dredging this year again. And in terms of uses of TOT funds, back in the day, $2 million, much less over $3 million, would have been considered a pretty good year. But the core function of TOT, in my understanding of it, and certainly in years past, was to try to fund activities that bring more people to town and put heads on beds in the hotels. And so back before the 2008 recession, some longer served members may recall that we actually threw the Butter and Eggs Day parade a few bucks every year, and Cinnabar Theater and other community organizations such as those. And I see river dredging as being more in that core function of what TOT funds should be used for, because it's again bringing people to town over the long term. So and I don't believe, and maybe this was in there last year, but it hasn't been there for long, funding COTS out of TOT. I don't see that as being particularly close to the TOT fund's core mission. And I'd be willing to support that, but there really needs to be a significant contribution for dredging both the marina and saving money for the next dredging of the river in this year's budget. And I hope staff can work over the next week to find a way to do that. Thank you.
So Councilmember Barnacle, followed by Councilmember King.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My first question was sort of building on what Vice Mayor Postake asked about the workers' comp. And it's a little bit of reframe of just, is there anything that the council can do to keep helping you bend the curve? Or is it just a matter of more persistence and work on that front?
I would say it's the latter of what you just said. Yeah, I think we just need to keep working on it as staff and working on wellness and working with our risk management team to make sure that we're just doing the best job we can with workers' comp.
Okay. And then the next question was the help desk support at like almost $800,000 just seemed pretty high. I imagine we have some business continuity efforts underway or something to bring down those costs, but can someone speak to any plans that we have to address the size of that?
I'm going to ask Ingrid Alverde, our Director of Economic Development and Open Government, but I would just say part of the cost is also onboarding all the new staff and just getting people familiar with their technology and also supporting staff that's working remotely. So we've been doing a lot of that as well.
Okay.
But Ingrid, do you want to take that?
Yes, I would have said the same things. Definitely increasing the use of technology, onboarding 50 plus staff, et cetera, has really increased our help desk needs for staff.
Okay. My next are a bit of comments here on as we look at our rate study. It might be good to have, I don't know whether it's a workshop or a presentation or something to consider the different what we can build into our rates and fund in terms of programs, efficiency programs, capital programs, things like that. I know I'm still pretty new, but I'd be interested in that. There's a energy project assessment or facilities assessment. I just am, whenever I see that we're not using energy financing, it just makes me feel like we're missing an opportunity. And I'm just wondering if somebody can explain why we don't use the 0% on-bill financing or traditional ESCO programs or things like that, ESCO energy savings contracting, any reasons why we don't use those things that just pay for themselves and allow us to finance things off the balance sheet.
I'm not sure if I can speak to the detail level that you might be looking for, but I can say that we have used the 0% on-bill financing from PG&E a few times. And I know that there are, just speaking to Diane Ramirez about the program and about the projects, there are restrictions that PG&E puts in place for utilizing that program, and whether it's the size of the project or what it is that we're doing. So there might be reasons why we haven't initiated that type of funding source for certain projects, but that's all the information that I have.
Okay. And then my final question, I guess I'll phrase it as a question, but really hearing a lot of exciting updates from the community about the SAFE program, heard some great stuff about new funding sources coming into continuing it. And I'm just wondering if we could get like a presentation at an upcoming council meeting on the SAFE program, how it's going, how it's gone. When I think we started, it was a 12-hour service, and now I saw 24/7. That's great. And just be good to get an update on the story.
We started this, we're actually nearing our first year anniversary on July 5th. So it's probably due time for us to come back to council, but some really good anecdotal information coming out of the SAFE team.
Yeah. I pitched the grapefruit there. So awesome. Thank you.
Councilmember King.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I do want to make one comment regarding dredging, as some may recall, all the way back last month when we started on our goals. I did have a dredging financing plan as one of my proposed goals, and I hope that's something that going forward we continue to have a build of a funds to be available, that the city doesn't go through what it went through the last 15 years waiting for the river to be dredged and hoping to find money somewhere. But my overall comments will be, number one, to thank Isabel and Corey for the and finance staff for the great budget. It's always something when I receive it physically, I think, oh God, I gotta read this. But I actually I enjoy reading both the accomplishments of the city for the previous year or two, as well as what we can look forward to going forward. It's actually, particularly now, one of the most positive documents I think we receive here. I also like to echo the mayor's comments that not seeing red ink for the rest of our natural years going forward is a nice thing. And I'd like to conclude by thanking the citizens and voters of the city of Petaluma for passing Measure U. It is the difference between being able to do more for the city and financial crisis. And that is a pretty big gap. So I'll conclude with that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now we will see if there's any public comment or questions from both our audience here in City Hall and on Zoom. And Mr. Rakusin, you had another time to speak here. And that is the only one I have for here in the here in City Hall. So please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Excuse me, can you give me just a minute to, there we go. I think we're getting our timer up. Okay, go ahead.
Just wanted to echo the praise for the budget document, having reviewed just the financial statements. It's about 10 months ago or a year ago, we really started getting involved and we asked for financial statements, and that really didn't put the picture together. I think the budget document for anyone tuning in, any citizens, really kind of completes the picture of how projects are funded, how things move around. So if you've only ever seen, which most people probably haven't, if you've only ever seen the financial reports, this is kind of a necessary other half of that equation. Also wanted to clarify in the general fund for the wages, I had a number of people looking at this reach out to me and say, do you see how much money city staff are making? I don't think that's something to focus on. Those wage numbers do break out. I bothered digging in, the averages that works out for each employee. I think at the very highest in a small department was like 100,000 a year, which in the Bay Area, that might be the poverty line at this point. So, we're not talking, I just want to kind of say that for anyone listening, I don't think that's an area to focus on in terms of recouping funds. Stand up. For the community development part, there were two items I wanted to bring up. One was the home key development implementation. That's supportive development, I believe 60 units in collaboration with Burbank Development. That represents about 15 million of investment. And I don't know if anyone saw the Press Democrat article in Palm Inn in Santa Rosa. And I just was curious with our new community development director, what implementation we're going to have to maybe prevent the failures that happen in that development. I don't know if it's at all analogous, but just if there's something in place, I don't know if it's something with mental health, some kind of supportive coordination to make sure that people, when they're in the facility, first of all, that people who are there want to be there, and also that we're not running into the same really poor quality of life. I mean, it was anyone who read that article was kind of horrifying. So any steps we're taking to prevent that kind of mistake. Also, it looks like there was a budget for about $1.3 million in encampment clearing. I was just curious what kind of programs that entailed. You know, I know for many folks, a lot of people I talk to don't think Petaluma necessarily has a houseless problem. And I think if you go down to Steamer Landing or you go to Lynch Creek Trail, you kind of see the extent of what we're talking about. So just curious where that 1.3 million, what that was going towards, obviously with compassion in mind. And then another question for community development. At a lot of the general plan meetings, housing element meetings, I think, you know, there is a consensus that we can transition low quality property use. I think, yeah, East Washington in particular has been singled out for single story business parks, high percentage of that is parking lot. How we can transition that to better land use. That is private property. So how do we incentivize people to maybe build that mixed use, first floor commercial, multiple floor residential, kind of high property tax per acre, efficient development we all want to see. I just am asking out of ignorance. I don't know the mechanisms by which you kind of cajole private landowners to somehow implement that kind of land use without developing outward and taking up more of, you know, natural spaces. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now we'll look at if there's any public comment on the Zoom audience.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. At this time, there are 11 attendees. I see 2 hands raised. Ben Peters, followed by Sheila Baker. There's a third one now. Just as a reminder, Madam Mayor, that I believe we need to check in with the city clerk, which if you'd like to do that now, that's fine.
Going on. Okay. Thank you very much. And I will ask the city clerk if she's received any public comment on this part of the budget.
Madam Mayor, no public comments related to the budget. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And again, Ben Peters, you may unmute, and that then followed by Sheila Baker. And give us, yeah.
Yeah.
Go ahead, your timer's starting.
Okay, thanks. I guess for those of you with the budget in front of you, if you want to turn to page 74, that's the Measure U forecast. So as chairman of the Measure U committee, I want to again reiterate the praise that the city and its voters have in passing this measure. Certainly it has staved off bankruptcy. I do think it's interesting, the observations of the 2 meetings thus far are that a significant portion of the funds are already spoken for. And with the leveraging of the second bond, I think upwards of 80, perhaps even 90% of the money will be permanently allocated. And so that metric didn't quite stand out in the budget, and hopefully I'm slightly incorrect on the 90% amount. But if you do look at the future forecast, you can see that the priority initiatives really drop to $300,000. And when we talk about funding the SAFE program, funding additional street and road safety, all of these community priorities that we have, I recognize that they are perhaps funded elsewhere within the city's budget. But I do think there should be some more emphasis on how the community's goals and priorities are actually reflected in the priority initiatives and investments we spend. Because, you know, while the Eden financial system is a core system that we need, I struggle to see how calling that out specifically from Measure U is, you know, helps the citizens feel good about Measure U spending in this way. So I'd like to just ask again that the priority initiatives for climate investments, that anything that we call a climate investment actually goes before the climate committee. I don't want anyone to be at all worried that the city is accused of greenwashing by calling backup generators climate investments. Now, that may or may not be the case, but that would best be done through public discourse. So again, I think the Measure U money is very important to the city, but I do think the messaging should be reevaluated in terms of what are the goals that the citizens are talking about. And
Thank you, Ben. Your time ran out. Next speaker is Sheila Baker, followed by S. Kirks. Sheila, please unmute.
Hello, and thank you for allowing me to speak. Good evening, City Council members, Mayor and Vice Mayor. I just wanted to compliment the last, actually, two commenters for their comments. I also want to specifically say I got in a little late to this meeting. Sorry about that. And I will probably watch the film of what I've missed, or at least part of what I missed. But I want to say with the excellent comments of Rakusan, I too am concerned about not to that maybe our housing, our motels or whatever really can fall into disrepair and horrible conditions like the Palm and Santa Rosa. As a lot of people know, I live in one of the PEP housing and units and PEP at Lieb, and PEP is just excellent about monitoring their property, and they've got a great maintenance department that's really responsive to our needs. And I mean, if something like anything, I mean, mold or anything comes up, it's addressed by the maintenance, and so hopefully this problem in Santa Rosa is resolved. So anyway, thank you for the presentation, for what little I saw of the financial presentation. Thank you for being so absolutely awesome, staff. And thank you for allowing me to talk. Thanks.
Thank you, Sheila. Our next speaker is S. Kirks. Please unmute.
Thank you, Susan Kirks. I had a question about the risk management comment that there is an anticipation of a decrease in claims related to risk management, and I believe 2023. And I was wondering what the basis for that assumption is. And then to follow up on Ben Peters' comment, I definitely agree. I attended the 2 oversight committee meetings for Measure U. And basically, the comment was that 80% of the Measure U annual funds, basically long-term, would be going toward administrative issues and workforce stabilization. And then 20% would go to community-related priorities. And for me, I was, of course, opposed to Measure U. And I do understand that it did stave off bankruptcy, but I don't think that the community anticipated that this is what the percentages would be for how the community will benefit from this sales tax revenue. And to me, a more realistic and an equitable division of those percentages would be something like at least 50-50. Or maybe 60% for the community, including, I definitely agree with Councilmember Healy about the putting away money for dredging, putting away money for dredging. And the citizens of Petaluma want their streets repaired. And so several million a year going to that to help our streets and community safety, to me would seem resonant with the public of Petaluma. And that's another reason why I didn't support Measure U, because there was no designation for how these funds would be used, and there was no sunset clause. So now we're seeing what Mr. Peters had mentioned, and it is very concerning. So I wanted to share that with you as a member of the public listening in to the budget discussion. And lastly, I definitely believe that salaries and benefits of members of the city management department, the legal department, and the department heads at least should be stated publicly in budget workshops like this. And I also wonder about, about a review for efficiency of departments and just there's an uncertainty about the number of people you need compared to high quality work done by a certain number of people in terms of adding workers, benefits, salaries, pensions, and all that. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan. Madam Mayor, there are no more speakers.
Thank you. And with that, we will close public comment on the budget and bring it back to council. Is there any direction that we are looking to give to staff regarding this budget? Okay, I saw a hand and maybe another hand. Go ahead, Vice Mayor.
I had a question. I haven't seen further. And it seemed like before I was on council, I'm talking 3 to 5 years ago, when we had these budget discussions, it went out past 2030, and that the amount going to backfill the budget was going to decrease gradually after 2029 or 30. Is that all? Is off base? Does anyone else know anything about that?
Corey, you want to?
That's correct. That is correct. And in this forecast, we're looking at a very short period of time when our costs are expected to rise. After this 2028 year, then our costs are expected to come down. So to get the entire picture over a longer term, you do need to look at more than just 5 years. Unfortunately, that is our 5-year forecast is only 5 years. But if you go back to the presentation about workforce stabilization that was initiated or provided a year ago or so, you can see a longer forecast.
Thank you. Councilmember Healy?
Thank you. I don't have any further direction. Does the staff feel they have what they need from us at this point?
We've all taken copious notes, for sure. So we'll be bringing that back. Is it in a week now? Is it next week? Is it the next meeting?
Okay.
If we could, well, Corey, I still have you here. I'd like us to respond to the Measure U comments this evening, both from Mr. Peters and Ms. Kirks.
Sure. So our Measure U spending plan that you see in the forecast aligns with what the original spending categories and themes were when we rolled out Measure U. The general fund deficit is not just for salaries and benefits, it's for all costs associated with delivering services to the city of Petaluma. It funds many different, very crucial, important emergency response services that are provided to the community. Our workforce stabilization was crucial in recruitment and retention of highly qualified staff to perform those services. Our infrastructure investments, while in the short term in the forecast, you do see that investment going down. We have already issued 20 million in bonds that allows us to jumpstart the road project. We will continue to focus on that. Our goal is to initiate another bond issue in fiscal 24-25 for another 20 million, which will put another 15 million towards public safety facilities and 5 million towards roads. So while that number might look small in the out years, it does change if you look at the longer term, and we are leveraging those funds significantly for the roads in Petaluma. And our priority initiatives, I think the original programmed amount was around 300,000 a year is what we anticipated out of Measure U. As you can see in the fiscal 23 budget, we are able to program 1.5 million to priority initiatives. So while we do anticipate 300,000, it could be that our revenues come in higher for Measure U, and that will allow us to program significant more funding for priority initiatives. So again, this is just, a forecast. It's what we estimate to occur at this point in time. We update it twice per year. And there are changes that will likely occur between now and mid-year. And we'll bring those forward to the council with the mid-year update.
Thank you, Corey.
Thank you. Councilmember Barnacle.
My final request, I guess.
Can you put your mic on?
Of course, thank you. My final request on the public works budget, capital budget, just getting the, I said it earlier, as traffic calming bike boulevard. I think citywide striping improvements could be folded into that, citywide pedestrian improvements, basically funds that are not allocated right now that are going to be programmed at some point afterwards to certain projects, just so that we can get a sense of like what the like small incremental things are, and we can have a like comprehensive report out on those over time. And there's like a budget that we know is there. That's my request on that. But I'll say that the transportation projects were really exciting this year. The River Trail under 101 is to see that moving forward is so exciting for all the people that wind up having to ride their bikes. I know Sheila Baker's on here right now, and she'll attest to the unsafe situation of riding a bike out Lakeville towards Schollenberger. So it's really exciting to see all those projects moving forward too. Thanks.
So can I ask just for clarification in terms of, are you asking the council to support an additional ask in the transportation budget, or was that just something you wanted more clarification on?
Yeah, I think that there's support from the goals and priorities session. We asked for 2 million for quick build projects, and I don't like, there's no item in here for that. I don't think we need to create a whole new item, but somewhere we want to be able to see that there's like a pretty sizable budget, because, you know, I rattled off like 5 or 6, but over the coming year with the cool Petaluma people, I'm, you know, involved in that, and like the scheming that's going on right now on like, what can we do to our street to make people go slower? How can we, you know, beautify our street with street trees and things like that? There's no shortage of conversation and ideas. And as a city, like, it's great to hear that we're thinking about how to process those in a timely manner, because they're going to be coming, and having some funding for it, having some funding to, you know, do 4 to 3 test pilots out in front of Casa Grande, right, where we know students are there, and we know that there's a problem, right? I think there's some really easy opportunities when we know things to address them, and that's part of Vision Zero, is just being really proactive. So
okay, it's not that I don't agree with what you're saying. I do, but I'm not sure how that fits into this budget discussion, because those are much more micro issues. And
yeah, we need a big budget for that. So the
so
priority that we agreed to last time, where we had 4 people support, was 2 million for that, and then 150K for the sidewalk repair program. So those are specific things, I think.
Okay, so then I just need to ask the city manager, how does that kind of, those kind of micro issues that are the implementation of this policy that was adopted, how will we see how those are implemented in the budget?
I think in general, we can add those in the budget currently under some of our pavement restoration buckets, and then coming back and defining those projects so council has a better idea of the cost. And so
okay, but you know, it did seem to me that when we had our goals and priorities discussion, that it's going to be coming back to us in a little bit more refined way.
Correct.
Wouldn't that be the place for those kind of programs to be included in that, in the safe, you know, streets, or, you know, active transportation part? And then we can be shown like how that meshes with the budget.
So I think we're saying the same thing, is that we've got this bigger pavement management program bucket where we have funds for that. And then as those projects come forward and define those projects, we'll be able to put a more definitive dollar amount and make those separate CIP projects.
Okay, do you think that covers what you're discussing?
I think we just don't have the details on that, all that.
Well, we haven't really finalized our choices as to what those specific things would be.
Correct.
Yeah, I think that
I don't know what happened. Maybe I'm on.
I think that's fine for now. I'll say that the concern about the CIP, like having it be embedded in other CIP projects for me, and I know for the people who were advocating for that is CIP projects have a history of taking a long time. And we want to see how do we, like, it would be good to have a special call out in the budget that says, this is the CIP item that goes really fast to move things forward. And I think the advocacy of that effort was taking the city manager's guidance of always, we have multiple bites at the apple of, we have the goals and priorities, and then we have the budget. So we just want to make sure that we get the funding secured to implement the priority. So
We will get there, I promise.
awesome.
We
Thank
will
you.
get there.
There we go. Okay, so you're okay with that? Okay, good. All right, thank you. So again, staff, everybody, thank you for the budget. And when will this be coming back for us for the final?
It will be
June?
coming back next Monday for the first reading of ordinances and resolutions, and then the second and final reading will be June 6th.
Perfect. Okay, thank you. All right, so now we are going to general public comment. And I will ask our city clerk if she has received any general public comment for tonight's meeting.
I apologize, I was muted. Yes, Madam Mayor, we received one general public comment prior to the meeting, which is posted online with the agenda packet.
Thank you very much. And now we will go to, we have two general public comments for people who are here at the City Hall. And the first is Rosemary Hart, followed by Darren Racusa. And thank you for being so patient.
Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council and the city staff, I want to thank you all honestly for your service to this great city. Maybe perhaps it's a little bit of my thing, but I wanted to address the budget. There was no agenda item for the public works CIP section, so maybe perhaps I can do it broadly instead, and apologize for the public section. But I wanted to thank you all for putting the rehabilitation of the trestle as the highest priority for the city. And I was very disheartened to see the presentation not even mention the rehabilitation of the trestle. Although I did see the picture under the Department of Public Works safety problem, which is their highest priority as well. So I would really like, can I address the budget? Is that okay? On page CIP 76, it shows that the upcoming fiscal year is going to allow $1 million for the budget, but it's not really funded. It's funded by undetermined sources such as grants and other programs for donations. And the whole
Sorry to interrupt, but for those of us at home, I think the mic just died on the speaker. We cannot hear her.
oh, what those Measure U funds went for. And I can even see a plaque down there with your names on it. So it's a very visible project to the city for use of those Measure U funds. So I really wish you would consider increasing the funds to get a no going back project milestone for the rehabilitation of the trestle. Thank you.
Thank you. And Darren Racusin.
Okay, trying to wait patiently before I
Yeah,
jump
no,
in.
thank you.
I just wanted to bring up, while we're talking second bites of the apple, I wanted to bring up the river and wetlands moratorium. It was discussed last week at the priorities meeting, and had I been a little more sophisticated in kind of how the process worked, I may have realized that there's a different tack to take. And I think what happened is an issue that was really of prime importance to a lot of citizens. I know there were tons of letters being written in about it. Subsequently to that meeting, there was a Friends of the Petaluma River get together where people were kind of sharing all their thoughts about that. And I think what happened is the desire to protect the Petaluma River and wetlands, which ranks really highly on a lot of Petalumans' priorities, got subverted because of the word moratorium. I think even before the meeting, there were things being passed around about how a moratorium can't be implemented according to state law. I believe Senator Dodd wrote a letter to that effect. I know there were several people who said, well, a moratorium isn't as great a defense as you would think. And I think what happened is the public, the spirit of what the public was driving for was protect the wetlands, protect the river. If you call it a moratorium, great. If that's impractical, show us the other way. And so, like I said, had I been more sophisticated, I may have asked the council to update that priority item to read, maybe something to the effect of, not that they need more work, but have the city's attorney's office, have some working group figure out what that implementation looks like. If it's not as straightforward as a moratorium, maybe it's some combination of zoning, leveraging existing environmental protections at the state level, really putting together what that looks like to protect the river and surrounding wetlands. Because again, I know the spirit of many of the public who wrote in didn't quite, including myself, didn't get the subtlety of why a moratorium wasn't the right thing to do. But I think we missed a trick and kind of lost on a huge priority based on that implementation measure maybe not being the right one. So I guess I would push, in the context of a budget conversation, I guess we're in general public comment, just in context of the council, if we can kind of try to fit that onto the priority list. And, not to disparage, I know integrated pest management is important. I noticed as phase 3 of the integrated pest management plan was something about land regeneration and enhancement. It's like, okay, that's getting on the track, but maybe we kind of start with the land regeneration and enhancement with the river, with the wetlands. When we bring up issues like dredging, which are obviously inexorably, that's part of the river, maybe this has to come together as, again, some working group on river issues. Now, I know there's kind of a desire to pare down the number of committees and not kind of have that committee bloat, if you will. But I think there are a lot of issues coming up around the river. I know there's a huge public drive to protect the river and wetlands. I'm wondering if there can be some kind of working group put together to assess options and really help the public figure out the implementation that aligns with their will to protect these natural resources. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And that's the last general public comment for people here in the City Hall. Is there anyone on the Zoom audience who would like to speak to general public comment?
Yes, Madam Mayor, and I wanted to start a 30-second timer to allow more people to join if they'd like. At this time, I will start a 30-second clock for general public comment, and hopefully it's the start. And appreciate everybody's patience when it comes to timers. There we go. Members of the public attending online or by phone should raise their virtual hand or press *9 if participating by phone. And just a reminder that during general public comment, the public is invited to make comments on items of public interest that are within the City Council's subject matter jurisdiction, which means that they are items on which the City Council has authority to act and not on the current agenda. So at this time, Madam Mayor, we have 2 attendees who have raised their virtual hand. I have S. Kirks, followed by John Hanania. And if you could give us just a second to get we have two timing people working right now. So still working out some of the bumps on timing. And S. Kirks, please unmute.
Thank you. I'm Susan Kirks. If Mr. Rakusin is still in the audience, I'd like to recommend that he considered joining in to give input to the work group about the natural environment that advice. I beg your pardon?
Oh, you just cut out for a second there.
Oh, okay. Thanks. I'm still here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now. Thank you.
So that Mr. Rakusin might want to consider joining the work group for the open space, natural systems, natural environment element for the General Plan Advisory Committee. The next meeting is May 17th, and John Shribs is the chair of that work group. And some of the comments Mr. Rakusin was making are germane to the topics being discussed in that group, so that there can be a much more expansive addressing of open space, natural systems, or natural environment in the general plan update. And it's interesting, I remember I heard your council members tonight reference some items in the past or situations in the past. And I'd like to say that in Petaluma, 20 years ago, even the term open space, talking about our environment and certainly wildlife corridor were just rarely mentioned, and certainly were not included very much in the last general plan. And it is heartening to see some new energy and people really interested in our environment here in Petaluma. And of course, the Petaluma River, which is a tidal slough, the northernmost part of the San Francisco Bay Estuary, is an important part of our area, as are the wetlands. And of course, Petaluma wetlands have the distinction of the Ramsar International Wetland of Importance, which was secured for the city of Petaluma by Madrone Audubon in 2018. So what we really need in our community is heightened awareness and ongoing discussion and care for our environment, and a sensitivity to what it means to have habitat types, wildlife, birds, the need for wildlife to move. We have new wildlife corridor mapping, which I've completed, and I'm very pleased to say is one of the over 100 projects that is featured by Together Bay Area, the Regional Bay Area Open Space Coalition, and projects for potential funding under the governor's 30 by 30 initiative. So Petaluma exists in a certain context in the North Bay, and it's always good to understand how we are environmentally in the North Bay where we are. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kurz. Next is John Hanania, and at this time we have no more hands after Mr. Hanania. Please unmute.
Greeting. Last week, I brought to your attention the staff directory. Now, just imagine if you have a person coming into Petaluma and having a map from 1858, that person will absolutely get lost. I don't know the purpose of the misleading with the directory on purpose, or what is the issue. I think it's a very poor management. I'm going to give you a few examples here. If you call the HR, you get the voicemail to Costello. How long has Costello been gone? And that hasn't been fixed. If you call the city clerk, you get the voicemail for Samantha. And Samantha worked for Napa. She's gone. Okay, which is, I had a conversation with Kindle, and that's supposedly that number has been taken care of. If you call the finance director number, it goes into a general voicemail. If you call another number in finance, that number is no longer in service. If all the department is so messed up, and every name, there's so many names that the people no longer work for the city. So I don't know if that is done on purpose, because you have no interaction with between the staff and the community, and you're supposed to be open 10 to 2. So what happened when you come down to the city hall? It's locked up like Fort Knox. The lady at the front window is very kind, very helpful, but again, she doesn't have all the right information. People bring you issues, and it's fallen on deaf ears. And I feel like if, I was supposed to be there today because I like the special treatment that I get. And, but I promise you I'll be there next week. I look forward to seeing you there next week. I look forward to see the men in blue. You guys got to get it together. This is really a joke for somebody who sit there and talk and talk and talk and talk and talk. This is a joke. You can't get hold of your staff. And if you leave messages, nobody return calls. So I don't know what joke you have here. So hopefully by next week, you'll have something fixed. But I doubt it, because you guys just want to sit there and keep talking. Good night.
Madam Mayor, at this time, we have no more hands raised.
Thank you. And with that, we will close general public comment. And thanks everybody for this workshop. And we will be adjourning. So good evening.
Recording stopped.
What's that? On that happy note. It's always a light dropper. I